They have gone to war in the run for the Professional Fighters League playoffs.
Oh, huge knee! With the flying knee. There's a tap. 6 points for Kayla Harrison.
Closing in on 6 $1 million championships.
Cooper's drop. John Doomsday Howard with a huge knockout.
Tonight, the regular season comes to an end.
Powerful exchanges here. Uppercut from Ataev.
The light heavies and the heavyweight step center cage.
Big punch. Emiliano Sordi drops Vinny.
Nicholson, Ataev, Tiller, and more throw down for the top seeds in their divisions.
Oh, my God! That just happened!
We are changing the game.
Harrison in trouble. Is in big trouble.
This is the PFL on ESPN2.
The beautiful Ocean Casino Resort here in Atlantic City, New Jersey. Tonight, home to Professional Fighters League action as light heavyweights and heavyweights square off, slinging the leather. It's the big boys. I'm Sean O'Connell, cage side alongside Randy Couture and Eve Edwards. Tonight is the final opportunity for light heavyweights and heavyweights to secure much needed points in the pursuit of the playoffs and that $1 million championship prize. 11 league fights tonight, and 11 fighters actually facing true win or go home playoff scenario.
You're talking about win or go home, but what I'm excited about beyond that is the 1 versus 2. We got the 1 versus 2 at light heavyweight. We got the 1 versus 2 at heavyweight, and these guys like to throw down. That's why they're sitting at the top of the standings right now. We talk about the light heavyweights. Bozagit Ataev and Emiliano Sordi. These guys have squared off before. Turned out well for Bozagit. Emiliano told us that he had a shoulder injury and he wasn't confident about it. He's confident this time. I want to see if that confidence gets him the W.
That's the 1 versus 2 at light heavyweight, but we're seeing the same thing as Eve mentioned at heavyweight, Randy. Kelvin Tiller, Dennis Goltsov.
Yeah, Kelvin Tiller, Dennis Goltsov is definitely going to be a big man stand-up shootout. Tiller has got to close the distance, control the range, get inside, and get in the face of the 6'5" Dennis Goltsov, who is a 2-time Sambo world champion, well-rounded, 10 submissions, 9 knockouts, actually 9 knockouts and 10 submissions, the other way around. But amazingly well-rounded fighter.
Either way, finishing fights. That's the top of the table for light heavyweight and for heavyweight. In addition to that, we have 9 more fights in league action tonight. We'll take them 3 by 3. Which of these intrigues you the most, Steve?
I like the Nicholson Tuinei-Wily fight because Nicholson is explosive and he needs those points. Tuinei-Wily is tough though.
All right, what about these next 3, Randy? Any of these standing out?
I want to see Maxime Grishin in the cage again. He gave Johnson his first loss in his entire career. I want to see him back there.
And Vinny Magalhaes, he was my opponent in the championship last year, and he faces another rematch, Rakim Cleveland, who wanted revenge. He gets his chance tonight. Like I said, that's 9 more fights in league action coming up on ESPN2 and ESPN+. But wait, there's more. And Caroline Pierce has some more information on the special treat PFL's cooked up for us.
I do indeed. Thank you, Sean. In addition to the 11 league fights on the card tonight, ESPN Plus will also feature a fighter showcase at bantamweight. Umar Nurmagomedov, the younger cousin of UFC lightweight champion Khabib Nurmagomedov, takes to the cage to extend his unbeaten professional record. Nurmagomedov, who trains with Khabib, is just 23 years old, but already has a 10-0 career record with 5 wins by stoppage. Tonight, the Russian takes on Honorio out of nearby Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Coming up next, though, the push to the playoffs begins in the light heavyweight division. New Zealand's Sigi Showtime Pesaleli, the youngest fighter in the division, looks to clinch his spot in the postseason. Pesaleli faces Jordan Johnson, the former University of Iowa wrestler, entered the season off a 4-0 run with the UFC. But after suffering his first career loss in his PFL debut, it's now win or go home for Johnson. That's coming up next.
This presentation of the PFL on ESPN2 is presented by Presidente. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Caged Muscle, ultra-premium sports nutrition supplements to fuel your performance. And by SeatGeek, score the best deals on tickets.
Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Eve Edwards, cage side, and that is not just any cage. That is the Professional Fighters League Smart Cage. You want to check out the bottom bar tonight. We'll be tracking strike speed, and we'll also bring you fighter tracking so we can analyze which fighters are controlling the action inside the cage. The Smart Cage is just one more way that the PFL is changing the game. We get started tonight in Atlantic City with 3 5-minute rounds in light heavyweight action. Win or go home for both of these guys. Sigi Pesaleli and Jordan Johnson. Coming off his first loss in a very young mixed martial arts career, Eve, is Sigi Pesaleli. What do we expect from him tonight?
Well, he said he put that loss behind him. He took a week off from training to clear his head, and then he put his trust in his coaches, found himself some new coaches, and stopped being his own coach. And he wants to press the wrestling in this one. That's his background, and he wants to put Sigi on his back.
I think you're talking about Jordan Johnson, who reset after a week and found new coaches. Sigi Pesaleli is a young fighter. He's a very, very good striker, great athlete. Be interesting to see how he deals with a top-notch wrestler like Jordan Johnson.
Both of these guys coming off the first losses of their MMA careers. There's our tail of the tape. Jordan Johnson, a fairly significant reach advantage, but doesn't play into a fight where he is likely to be shooting for takedowns early and often. We find out as we get started in light heavyweight action with Lillian Garcia.
We are live from Atlantic City, New Jersey on ESPN2. We're going to kick off all the action with the light heavyweight division, and this is presented to you by Presidente. So, fight fans, get fired up, because it's about to get real! Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a kickboxer and a jiu-jitsu practitioner. He stands at 6 feet even, weighing in at 205 pounds. At just 25 years old, he has a professional record of 3 wins and only 1 loss. Fighting out of Auckland, New Zealand, here is CG Showtime Pesaleli! And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner. He is a wrestler, standing at 6'1", weighing in at 206 pounds. He has an impressive record of 10 wins and only 1 loss. Fighting out of Gilbert, Arizona, here is Jordan Big Swingin' Johnson. Your referee in charge, Bill Bookwater.
Bill Walter, our third man inside of the cage. As we get started here with light heavyweight action, as I mentioned, potentially a winner-go-home scenario for both of these guys. Jordan Johnson with 0 points in our PFL scoring system. Sigi has 3 from a walkover victory he got after Hani Marks did not make weight in their first matchup. And he comes in with a double jab and a right hand to start things off.
I like how Sigi's lowered his level. He's not going to shoot that jab standing tall and make it easy for Johnson to get under it.
Jordan Johnson, the former collegiate wrestler at the University of Iowa, as we have mentioned previously, undefeated, switches stances and fires a right hand.
And he used that right hand to get to the inside. Sigi was a little concerned with the striking, and Jordan gets to the takedown.
Lands in half guard here for Sigi Pesaleli, and this is where we start to find out if he's made the necessary improvements. He got himself caught on the ground in his first fight, and now Jordan Johnson on top of him. This is where Johnson has been successful for 10 of his 11 career fights. Eve, looks like Pesaleli maybe been listening to you analyzing fights. He immediately reached for that underhook. He's hanging on to it.
You know, that's the best way to get up. That far side underhook, that's going to help you get out of these bad positions, especially from side control and half guard.
And almost on cue, Sigi Pesaleli uses the underhook to work his back up to the cage and get himself some elevation. Now Jordan Johnson isolating the right arm of Sigi Pesaleli. Now he's got the overhook, does Sigi Pesaleli.
This is a notoriously good position for an All-American wrestler like Johnson. Ability to float over guys, to stay on top of them and keep that pressure on. Jordan, arm triangle attempt.
Steps off to that arm triangle attempt. Sigi scrambles back to his feet and immediately steps in to engage before thinking the better of it. Pesaleli happy to be back on his feet now, goading Johnson on a little bit verbally. Sigi Pesaleli in the silver trunks, Jordan Johnson in the yellow if you're just tuning in.
Now escaping that half guard of Jordan Johnson, escaping the bottom position of that half guard. Sigi's he's got to have some more confidence in himself now. Wrestlers are very hard to escape from today.
Both fighters test the jab. Sigi once again steps in. Leg kick there from Sigi Pesaleli. Long kickboxing background for him, but he's only 4 fights into his mixed martial arts career. Right hand and then a left.
A single leg.
Great timing. Good defense.
With nice balance. Stays out of that high single.
And Randy, it feels like against the wrestler, every time you can either get back up or avoid that takedown, it is a confidence builder.
Absolutely, absolutely. If you can stuff a takedown or you scramble out of a position that most people don't get out from underneath the wrestler like that, that definitely gives you confidence.
Jordan Johnson lands a stiff jab there. He's talked about the fact that he's not just a wrestler anymore. He's developing his striking game. After his first career loss against Maxime Grishin in his first PFL outing, he went and got himself some new striking coaches.
Nice jab by Johnson.
Stiff jab.
See the wear on that leg kick there. It was naked, but it landed.
That leg's a little red already.
Yep.
Johnson explores a body kick. As we close in on 1 minute remaining here in the opening round. Big miss there and a takedown from Jordan Johnson. Sigi Pesaleli again on his back, crammed up against the cage right in front of our broadcast position. Johnson's a 3/4 mount. Yeah, sorry.
No.
Move your hips out. Move your hips out. Go under him. Go under him.
Pesaleli with just under 1 minute remaining here, trying to isolate and limit the posturing of Jordan Johnson with those clenched hands. Nice posture here on top, Randy.
Very nice from this half guard position. This is the common wrestling position. We call it a bottom leg Turk in wrestling, in collegiate wrestling. So very comfortable place for Johnson.
But Sigi Pesaleli there, able to recover guard and tie up the arms of Jordan Johnson. This is progress for him on the ground.
This is progress, and it looks like he wants to wrap him up so he doesn't get hurt. I don't know if he knows where the time's at, but he's conceding this round, and that's okay. You're in a bad spot.
The 10-second clapper. Jordan Johnson will finish this round on top. This was an interesting exchange here in round number 1. The overhand right to takedown attempt, and Jordan Johnson was able to complete this one, Randy.
Nice job. Level change, penetration, using the fence as his friend. Pulls that leg out and puts Pesaleli on his back.
A big moment for Jordan Johnson in round number 1 as we open round number 2 with a Pesaleli leg kick, both outside and inside.
Cup check a little bit there. Referee didn't see it.
Once again, Pesaleli going to the leg, the lead leg of Jordan Johnson, who switches stances. Shovel uppercut there from Sigi Pesaleli, just misses.
Pesaleli comes into this fight with 3 points in the PFL. He got a walkover in his first outing when Hani Marks didn't make weight, but he didn't want the walkover. He chose to fight anyway. That's the kind of fighter that he is.
Johnson catches a kick there, absorbs a kick, and lands all the way down in full mount after the takedown. Bad situation for Sigi Pesaleli, but he immediately scrambles and gets the hips out, recovers at least a half guard. That's a big moment.
That's a big moment. That's a lot of, it shows a lot of improvement. He had a hard time getting out of this position with Hani Marks, but getting to half guard, that's a little bit of success. He's in a much better spot now.
He grabs the underhook and will try and work from the bottom. Smothering pressure here from Jordan Johnson in the yellow trunks on top. Randy, you mentioned that Sigi Pesaleli has 3 points from that walkover. The way the tiebreakers end up in this light heavyweight division, it might not be enough, just that walkover 3 points. So he's feeling the same kind of urgency as Jordan Johnson is, who needs a win here if he wants to find himself in the PFL playoffs, after entering, of course, this season as a completely undefeated mixed martial artist. Nice up kick there from Sigi Pesaleli.
Both guys will have 3 points, but the criteria is head-up competition, and Johnson will win that if he wins this decision.
Nice entry there, and a left hand snuck through for Jordan Johnson.
Stack him, Jordan. He's on the cage. Hip in and high ground. Hip in, high ground, and stack.
Pesaleli's shoulders both on the ground. Eve, what does he have to do to start working his way back to his feet?
He definitely needs to open that, keep that guard open, but he has to put his feet on the ground so that he can stand.
Take a listen inside Jordan Johnson's red corner.
230, 230.
Left and underhook, left and underhook.
Post on the shoulders if you want.
Inside control, arch your back and throw.
Post on the shoulders, get that back guard, Jordan. Control the bottom leg. Pull him off the cage.
Shoulder on the cage, shoulder on the cage. High ground, yes. Yep. High ground, yep. Put your shoulder on, yep. There you go.
Johnson continuing to smother Pesaleli, who tries to sneak out the back door and does scramble back to his feet.
Whoa, big right hook. Swing and a miss there, but big right hook by Pesaleli.
Sigi Pesaleli, the youngest fighter in years and in fight experience on our PFL roster, showing some serious improvements and strides from his first fight.
That bodes well for his future. He's shown that he can grow after a loss. It's great for a young fighter.
Jordan Johnson landing the jabs and then an entry to another successful takedown. The Iowa Wrestling showing through here in his second performance on the PFL roster.
Now, conversely to what we were talking about earlier, defending the takedowns of a good wrestler kind of builds the confidence, but consistently getting taken down.
Looks like a timeout here.
Fixing some tape.
Fixing
on
tape.
Jordan Johnson's thumb wrap. Loose tape can whip a guy in the eye or cause problems, so they got to eliminate that potential.
Now, it's always interesting when we see these resets. The referee, when they stop, likes to put fighters back in. He says 50-50, half guard, and right back to it they go. Sigi once again with double underhooks here. 1 minute left here in round number 2. Still potentially 5 points on the line for both of these individuals in our PFL light heavyweight standings. You can hear the voice of Misha Sirkunov in the corner of Sigi Pesaleli, formidable light heavyweight himself, currently on the UFC roster. He's calling for underhooks and butterflies, wanting Sigi Pesaleli to work his way up from the bottom. Sigi doing a good job of isolating the arms right here, but he's not getting back to his feet right now, Randy.
That double overhook or double underhook kind of locks him into that bottom position rather than picking a hip, going towards that single underhook. Now he's attempting submission attempts to create the scramble, but he's still got to be careful about locking himself in that bottom position.
10 seconds left here in round number 2. We'll be back with the third stanza in just a moment. Eve, we saw it in round number 1 and again here in round number 2. Right hand to a takedown.
Yeah, he just caught the kick through the right hand and just followed it into the double leg.
Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Eve Edwards beside our PFL Smart Cage. Third round action at light heavyweight. Jordan Johnson in the gold trunks. Siggy Pesaleli out of New Zealand in the silver. Another takedown attempt from Jordan Johnson, and down goes Siggy one more time to open the third round.
Nice level change, drives through in that double leg, keeps his feet moving, doesn't stop at the barrier, just keeps going. Tough to defend that.
And Randy, this is the strategy we expected from Jordan Johnson. Coming off his first career loss, maybe go back to the well a little bit, rely on the wrestling here.
Absolutely, that's his background. That's what brought him to this dance in the first place. So sometimes you got to dance with the one that brought you.
The way our scoring works, Jordan Johnson clinches a spot in the playoffs with a win of any kind. He can get a finish here good for 4 points, or a decision will be good for 3. Siggy Pesaleli, he also has 3 points from the walkover victory in his first PFL bout when Hani Marks did not make weight. They still fought, and Hani Marks came away with the victory but did not get points for that. Siggy got the points in the walkover, so he's not necessarily eliminated if this fight doesn't go his way, but the way tiebreakers work out, he definitely wants to get back to his feet and work for a win here. Tries to snatch the arm there, the left arm of Jordan Johnson.
Looking for that Kimura. Johnson recognized it, got his elbow out of there. And I like what Johnson's doing with his head work. I mean, he's keeping that head position and not allowing Siggy to build up and get his hips off of the mat. By putting his head where he has it, it affects Siggy's movement with his hips.
Coming up still on ESPN2, Bozagit Ataev, currently atop the light heavyweight standings, but he's got a formidable opponent tonight in the Argentine striker Emiliano Sordi. As Siggy continues to try and elevate, Jordan Johnson stepping over those legs.
The way Johnson keeps climbing up on Siggy, it's like Siggy's like a wet tree. He keeps sliding down and he just climbs right back up to position. Makes it real hard for Pesaleli to get back up.
You can sure tell Siggy Pesaleli has spent the last 6 weeks working in this ground position. He is remarkably better than he was in the Hani Marks fight.
I mean, it's really nice actually with the quick turnarounds. You can see how the strides work in the span of a single camp. You know, it's been about 6 weeks since we saw him. That's typical time for a fight camp, and already he's made some drastic improvements. Right now, it doesn't look like it's maybe going to be enough against Jordan Johnson, but a bright future for both of these individuals.
Yeah, it seems as if Siggy has used a lot of the techniques that he's worked on, and now that Jordan has seen them, he knows where he needs to go to block, because Siggy's having a harder time getting off of the bottom.
Johnson throwing some left hands down from the top.
Jordan, slide into mount.
He's got that instep in, Randy, to try and pass all the way, does Jordan Johnson, but it's also...
He's using it as a trap, I think. He's not even trying to pass. He's using that shin to pin down Pesaleli's bottom leg there. It's actually a really cool technique.
It's a little lockdown effect there, and he's used it effectively in portions of this fight as Sigi Pesaleli closes in on 1 minute left to try and make something happen and pull out the win.
Siggy's doing everything right, but it's just that so is Jordan. And Siggy needs Jordan to make one mistake and to continue doing everything right to get out, but Jordan just won't do it.
Jordan Johnson tries to grab that shoulder choke.
I tell you what, I bet Jordan Johnson wishes he'd taken this tack when he fought Maxime Grishin a few weeks back. If he'd have taken him down and dominated him on the ground like this, it might have been a different outcome.
Well, easier said than done, as we've seen from Maxime Grishin, who's a big, big-bodied light heavyweight. We'll see him later tonight on ESPN+. Inside of 30 seconds now in round number 3 of light heavyweight action. Clinical performance, smothering pressure from Jordan Johnson on top of Sigi Pesaleli. 10 seconds left, and the former Iowa wrestler looks like he's ready to bounce back from his first career loss. Well, it might not have been Jordan Johnson's prettiest fight, but Randy, I think he needed to make it ugly.
It was an effective fight. It may not have been beautiful or flashy, but he went out there, grinded it, and just did exactly what it needed to do to deal with a very formidable athletic opponent.
We'll have the official decision when we return on ESPN2. I'm Sean O'Connell. Last year I fought for and won the PFL Light Heavyweight Championship. This year I'm back as the play-by-play announcer, and I get to interview my favorite fighter, me. Sean,
I can't
how do you
believe
think this interview going
what,
so far?
that Sean O'Connell's interviewing himself again?
You are a truly gifted fighter.
No, I can't believe how easy it was to save hundreds of dollars on my car insurance with Geico.
I can tell you have a real eye for talent.
Those O'Connells can do it all.
Believe it. Geico could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
The 7th Annual International Champions Cup continues on ESPN Plus Saturday with Spanish power Atletico Madrid taking on Italian side Juventus at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific from Friends Arena in Stockholm, Sweden. To get ESPN Plus, download the app or go to ESPNplus.com. And for all your soccer needs, check out ESPN FC on ESPN Plus every day. Here are our final Cageonomics numbers from Jordan Johnson versus Sigi Pesaleli. You see the ground strikes there, Randy, and those 5 takedowns.
Absolutely. Well, the 5 takedowns tell the tale pretty clearly. Pesaleli showed great improvement from the bottom, but this was a lot different Jordan Johnson than we saw 6 weeks ago.
And Eve, Jordan Johnson didn't just shoot from distance, he set these up with strikes.
He set up these takedowns with his shots. He was able to avoid Sigi Pesaleli's big punches and get inside to get to those legs and take those legs out. I mean, he's a tough guy, and he did exactly what he needed to do to get on top. It's just beautiful technique. I mean, he's a great light heavyweight. I'm just, Sean, I'm just jealous about that commercial, man. Why was it so much Sean O'Connell and no Randy Couture?
After watching that Geico commercial, I'm not sure why we're even in these seats.
Lillian Garcia has the official decision inside the PFL Smart Cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored the bout 30-27. For your winner by unanimous decision, earning 3 points in the light heavyweight division and clinching a spot in the playoffs, Jordan Johnson!
Jordan Johnson, your winner by unanimous decision, secures a spot in the Professional Fighters League playoffs and keeps his $1 million dream alive. There's how it stands so far at light heavyweight. Bozogit Ataev and Emiliano Sordi will be squaring off later on ESPN2. They're currently 1-2, and Jordan Johnson, for now at least, slides into the 3 spot. There's Tuinei-Wily, former University of Utah football player and our largest heavyweight on the PFL roster. He's a big boy. Winner go home action in the heavyweight division next. Tuinei-Wily, as I mentioned, former defensive tackle for the University of Utah. Needs a big performance here, and he'll take on the Spartan Alex Nicholson. The Florida native has 12 career knockouts and is one of the most fearless fighters in the Professional Fighters League, something Nicholson and his father Mark attribute to an extensive amateur career competing alongside current UFC welterweight Mike Perry.
Just the experience of fighting, I think, is the most important part of fighting. As an amateur, between kickboxing, MMA, boxing, Muay Thai, I probably had close to like 70 fights. And Mike and me would fight twice in one weekend at times. We'd weigh in Thursday, fight Friday, weigh in Friday morning, and then go fight Saturday. Who does that, man? We loved it. We had fun with it. Fighting became my passion. I used to get beat up a lot in the gym. We'd be eating after I'd have injuries, and I'd be like chewing my food, like, man, Nick, I kicked my ass, man. My jaw hurts. And he's like, yeah, you gotta keep your hands up and throw it back.
What I like is after every fight, even when they were amateur, everybody wants to know where the after party is. The after party is in the emergency room, of course. Then you go to the emergency room after a fight. Where's the after party? Ambulance to the emergency room.
Even most of the fights that I've won, I've had to go to the emergency room after, whether it be from breaking a hand on their face.
Not sure, sitting back fist.
Or a foot. I'm happy about the matchup too. I'm teach the rookie a lesson. I'm a vet. He's a super nice guy. He actually, was in Louisiana when I fought the 2-on-1 night he watched. He was talking to me about his training a little bit here and there, but none of that matters now. I have to get in there when the cage door closes and do our work.
The Spartan goes to work. There's a good touch. It is all over.
Big tough dude, man. Gotta respect the fact that he cuts probably close to 300 pounds. You can't get hit by that guy.
Oh, big straight right hand and a left to follow it up.
But I got nothing bad to say about him. It's just experience goes a long way in the sport, and I know that every time I walk to the ring now, it's with supreme confidence because of how many times I've done it. And I don't think he has that. And if he does, more power to him. We're gonna have a good fight.
Don't forget, PFL heavyweight and light heavyweight action continues tonight on ESPN Plus at 10 Eastern. Last year's light heavyweight finalist Vinny Magalhaes finds himself in an elimination fight versus Rakim Cleveland. And Olympic gold medalist Satoshi Ishii takes on PFL playoff veteran Jared Rosholt. To get ESPN Plus, go to espnplus.com or download the app so you can watch PFL anywhere. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Eve Edwards beside our PFL Smart Cage. Alex Nicholson and Zeke Tuinei-Wily, a couple of big boys slinging. Randy, Zeke Tuinei-Wily, I mention this all the time. He's the biggest dude we've got on the roster.
Yep, he is a great big guy, great big power. That is not a guy you want to be reckless with, and not a guy you want to stand around in front of and see how hard he is.
And Alex Nicholson, he's worked hard, Eve, in the weight room and the kitchen and everywhere to try and make himself into a real heavyweight.
Yeah, because he was not one of the biggest heavyweights. He was one of the smallest last season, but he is reckless. He likes to get in front of you and throw big shots. All of his fights last season ended in knockout, whether he won or he lost. He has suffered his first loss by decision inside the PFL, and I don't think he wants to go to a decision tonight.
Both of these big fellas hunting a knockout. Zeke Tuinei-Wily actually comes in surprisingly at a disadvantage, at least in the leg reach. Long-legged Alex Nicholson, but 266 pounds. Zeke Tuinei-Wily had to cut to make the heavyweight limit. Not that often you see that anymore in mixed martial arts. Heavyweight action coming up. Lillian Garcia, let's get it going.
Next is an elimination bout in the heavyweight division, and it is brought to you by SeatGeek. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner, he is a striker, standing at 6'4", weighing in at 266 pounds. He has a professional record of 3 wins and 2 losses. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, here is Zeke Tuinei-Wily. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner. His background is in kickboxing. He stands at 6'4", weighing in at 238 pounds. In 21 professional bouts, he has a record of 13 victories and 8 defeats with 12 wins by knockout. Fighting out of Apopka, Florida, here is the Spartan, Alex Nicholson. Your referee in charge, Gary Copeland.
3 big guys inside the PFL cage. Gary Copeland is our referee. Alex Nicholson in the blue trunks. Zeke Tuinei-Wily in the silver.
Round 1, you ready red? Round 1, you ready blue? Let's fight.
Touch of the gloves, and we are underway. Our first heavyweight bout of the night here on ESPN2. Leg kick there from Alex Nicholson. Fends off Zeke Tuinei-Wily with the side kick. Big right hand.
Most Samoan mixed martial artists are known for 2 things, having a good chin and big punches.
Zeke Tuinei-Wily, born in Hawaii, raised in Samoa and Hawaii. And look, you see the ghost of some abs there on Zeke Tuinei-Wily? He told me that he started training at 350 pounds. He's all the way down to 266, but he cut from about 285 to get there. Nice combination, and he ducks the spinning back fist from Alex Nicholson. He's been watching tape. That's what that tells me, Eve.
Alex Nicholson is always looking to throw offense at you, so Tuinei-Wily, having watched tape, is definitely going to keep him more prepared and more aware.
Level change, a little shot by Tuinei-Wily, which is a little surprising for a guy that really wants to stand and strike, but I think that's good. Keep those other levels of play open. Make the guy wonder what you're going to do.
Yeah, he does like to stand and strike. You also remember he loves jiu-jitsu. Remember he got choked out by a little guy? And remember when he told us that?
He went to his happy place.
He went to his happy.
That left hand almost snuck through there for Zeke Tuinei-Wily. He's relatively young in his mixed martial arts career, only 5 fights in. Right hand lands and an uppercut lands for Zeke, testing the chin of Alex the Spartan Nicholson.
And what I don't like is when they get into these close exchanges, I see Alex Nicholson's chin come up quite a bit. That's dangerous against a guy like Tuinei-Wily.
Zeke feeling a little confidence here, letting the hands come down a little bit to that boxer stance.
Nice little shovel uppercut and left by Alex Nicholson. Nicholson said he feels he's the better striker. He wants to pick him apart.
Looked like he was setting up a turning back kick just now.
One thing when we repeatedly mentioned the size difference in this fight that Zeke mentioned is the fact that he's been carrying this weight for a long time. In fact, this is a reduced weight for him. Left hand sneaks through for Tuinei-Wily, but he thinks that maybe Alex Nicholson will wear down because he's not used to carrying the bulk that he's had to add for this season.
Nicholson said he feels like Tuinei-Wily looked at the first tape and probably thinks he's going to get tired. Nicholson said he got tired in that last fight because his rib hampered his ability to breathe throughout the fight. Said his rib is 100% tonight, and he won't get tired tonight.
Double right hand there from Tuinei-Wily.
Oh, big shot to the gut.
Oh, he felt that. Tuinei-Wily's playing it off well, but he felt that.
Breathing heavy. Oh, big right hand. Alex Nicholson drops Zeke Tuinei-Wily and pounds him out. The Spartan advances in a win-or-go-home scenario. He does not want to go back to Sparta. Huge right hand snuck through. And it was a matter of formality after that. Alex Nicholson taking out the much larger Zeke Tuinei-Wily.
Love the sportsmanship. Great sportsmanship by both these guys.
We call that a quick 6 here in the Professional Fighters League. How did he set it up, Eve?
He set it up with this body kick. Look at that. That landed clean, and Tuinei-Wily felt it. He tried to hide it, tried to show that he wasn't hurt, but Alex wasn't buying it. He came in, followed up with this big right hand. That put Tuinei-Wily on his butt, and he just jumped on him with some big hammer fist and got the ref to step in there and call it.
We'll make it official when we return on ESPN2. Welcome back to Atlantic City, New Jersey. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, and Eve Edwards. And those are our Cageonomics final fight stats. Alex Nicholson securing a playoff spot with a quick 6 first round knockout over Zeke Tuinei-Wily. And the ground strikes were what finished it off. Lillian's got the official call inside of our PFL cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 3 minutes and 7 seconds into round number 1. Your winner by TKO, earning 6 points in the heavyweight division and clinching a spot in the playoffs, Nicholson!
You'll be right back, bro.
The Spartan Alex Nicholson with that quick 6, currently sitting there in second place. Denis Goltsov, you'll see him later on this evening here on ESPN2. He's in the first spot. Kelvin Tiller, who's fighting against Denis Goltsov, also possessing 6 points. He's sitting at number 3 right now. Every other heavyweight either searching for points or hanging on to 3. Caroline Pierce is inside the PFL Smart Cage with our winner.
Thank you, Sean. I'm here with Alex Nicholson. Maximum of 6 points in that win or go home situation. You landed the body kick, followed up with the big right hand. Talk us through that finish.
Big, tough guy. I just stayed composed and did what I had to do. I did what me and Coach Roger have been working on. And all the people, my sparring partners back at Fusion XL. Odin, boy! I know you're watching, baby boy. Give it a bop, bop, bop for your daddy, bro. I'm coming home to play with you. We got some money to spend, and we're going to Vegas for Halloween.
I'm sure he's watching and he's super proud of you. You knew that Zeke would be a tough guy. 21.3 miles per hour, though, was your punch. Let's talk about that punch.
I got speed, I got power, I have athleticism. No, it looks great. The ref could have stopped it, to be quite honest. I didn't have to do all that extra, but that's his fault.
Well, you said you wanted to come in here and teach the rookie a lesson, but I know you've got a lot of respect for Zeke.
It's all love, man. He's a rookie and I'm a vet. You guys know the rest of the lyrics.
Well, it's always exciting when the Spartan steps into the cage. Best of luck now going into the playoffs. Congratulations.
Yeah, God bless. And I've been where Zeke is. It's not fun, but it's part of the game. He'll learn and grow. God bless that man.
Back to you, Sean. Alex Nicholson.
Thank you, Caroline. More light heavyweight action when we return. Woo! Knockouts on ESPN2. Last year I fought for and won the PFL Light Heavyweight Championship. This year I'm back as the play-by-play announcer, and I get to interview my favorite fighter, me. Sean,
I can't
how do you
believe
think this interview going
What,
so far?
that Sean O'Connell's interviewing himself again?
You are a truly gifted fighter.
No, I can't believe how easy it was to save hundreds of dollars on my car insurance with Geico.
I can tell you have a real eye for talent.
Those O'Connells can do it all.
Believe it. Geico could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
Welcome back to Atlantic City. There is Bozagit Ataev, currently sitting atop the light heavyweight standings and getting ready for a big-time matchup. I'm Sean O'Connell, cage side, and Bozagit Ataev is the last guy to defeat me. Season 1 light heavyweight champion, but that man from Dagestan, Russia, is the one who gave me the liver kick TKO. And how does he do it? He's 40 years old, but he moves like a much, much younger man. Efficient in his movement, but incredibly quick, and there is so much intent and power on every strike. He also sets things up. The first time the spinning back kick did not work, crowded it, he went back to it after setting it up, and I tell you what, I'm still feeling it. Got a little PTSD watching this back, if I'm being honest. Bozagit Ataev, as formidable as anybody in this division, and in fact, my favorite to win it all. But I'm not supposed to have favorites. Man, why are they making me watch this over and over again? I gotta tell you, I'm having a flashback, and not a pleasant one, watching Bozagit Ataev. Very much looking forward to this matchup, though, with the Argentine power puncher, Emiliano Sordi. This is actually a rematch. Last year, Bozagit won. Can Emiliano Sordi even the score? We'll find out when we come back on ESPN2.
This presentation of the PFL on ESPN2 is presented by Presidente. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Caged Muscle, ultra premium sports nutrition supplements to fuel your performance. And by SeatGeek, score the best deals on tickets.
The action is heating up in the PFL Live app. Here's a live look at the player leaderboard. Top 5 will win exclusive PFL merchandise. Not in the game yet? Well, what are you waiting for? PFL Live app is available for download on Android and Apple devices. Visit PFLMMA.com and PFL Live for more information. Light heavyweight action. It's one of those 1 versus 2 matchups that you teased at the top of the show, Eve, and I am so much looking forward to this one. Randy, Emiliano Sordi dominated Vinny Magalhaes in his first season 2 outing, but Bozhigit Ataev's a different animal.
Bozhigit Ataev came over here on a week for his first fight in the United States last season, and we saw that. He looked flat. He didn't adjust to the time zone. We saw and have seen a completely different Bozhigit Ataev since that first fight. You know, the fight with you and every other fight since then, he has been a force to be reckoned with.
Well, here are the light heavyweight standings so far. 1 and 2, as we already mentioned. Bozhigit Ataev and Emiliano Sordi squaring off right now. Jordan Johnson did secure his playoff spot with our first bout of this evening. Those other guys holding on to 3 points, well, we'll have to play wait and see. This one may very well be for the top of the table. And there's Emiliano Sordi, just a really, really tough guy. And as I mentioned, holding on to 5 points, he could potentially clinch the #1 seed here, Randy.
Yeah, if he goes out and he controls range very well. He's a good athlete. He uses his striking very well. We saw him set up some really nice combinations against Vinny Magalhaes in his first outing this season. You mentioned a shoulder injury that affected him last season, the first time he fought. Was it Bozhigit? This is a rematch, so we'll get to see if that is a non-factor tonight.
And Eve, it is a rematch. You've got, here's how they play out. 40 years old is Bozhigit Ataev, but he moves much younger than that.
He moves like a young, look at him, he looks like Logan, and he moves like a young man. He's timeless. So I'm expecting to see the big punches from him, but I also expect to see some volume out of Sordi in this one.
Lillian Garcia will get these 2 formidable light heavyweights started.
Fight fans, this clash is for the #1 seed in the light heavyweight division. And it is brought to you by Cage Muscle. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striker, standing at 6'2" and weighing in at 206 pounds. In 26 professional bouts, he has a record of 18 victories and 8 defeats, with 13 wins by knockout. Fighting out of Rio Cuatro, Argentina, Emiliano Sordi. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a kickboxer, standing at 6 feet tall, weighing in at 206 pounds. In 23 professional bouts, he has a record of 20 victories and 3 defeats, with 15 wins by knockout. Fighting out of Dagestan, Russia, here is Bozhigit Ataev. Your referee in charge, Gary Copeland.
Gary Copeland, the man in charge, as 2 formidable strikers square off. Bozhigit Ataev in the gold shorts, Emiliano Sordi representing Argentina in the silver. The touch of the gloves, double touch of the gloves. Great show of respect from both of these guys, and they get right to it. Emiliano Sordi with the jab.
Tell you what, Sean, I thought I saw everything in this sport last season with you getting up out of the suit and putting on your fight shorts to walk into the cage. But now I just saw you interview yourself in a Geico commercial and commentate on one of your own fights when you got your butt whooped. Now, I've never seen that before.
All in one night.
I'm trying to do it all. And Emiliano Sordi with a little, he received a little eye poke there. Referee will warn Bozhigit Ataev to keep those fingers either closed or pointed upward. Sordi wants to get right back to it here. And as I mentioned, a battle of strikers here, Yves. I mean, space, timing, what's going to be the key here?
The key is going to be the volume versus the power, but you mentioned timing, and I want to reference something according to timing. Timing's a good thing, and this is a great fight for a friend to show up and watch. I just got word that Halle Berry, she's a big MMA fan, and she's watching. She just tuned in, and she tuned in on this fight. So this is a great fight for her to check it out.
Halle Berry, welcome to the PFL action.
Love the head movement. Ataev really moves his head well, sets up those level changes and throws his punches off of that head movement. Really, really slick.
Well, it's almost cliche to say it, but really any single punch in a fight like this could prove to be the difference. And just on cue, Sordi clips Ataev, and uppercut, ground and pound. Emiliano Sordi dispatches Bozagit Ataev for 6 points. Unbelievable knockout for Emiliano Sordi.
Woo! That shoulder may have had an effect.
Not tonight.
I am literally on my feet cage side. Goodness gracious, Emiliano Sordi clinches the #1 seed with what we like to call in Professional Fighters League action, a quick 6.
Man.
Walk me through this, Yves.
Oh, Sordi just landed a short right hand on the inside, threw the hook on the outside, and saw that Ataev was hurt. Following him up, that uppercut glanced, but he was off balance, and those big punches on the ground, they just took him out of this one. Emiliano Sordi, man, look at that. That left hook over the top just clipped him on the back of the head. My goodness, that's a lot of power.
And Emiliano Sordi says, holla back, Halle Berry. Goodness gracious. Yeah, I do it all. Like I said, even in the replays, Randy. On my feet, I couldn't help it. I'm so excited for what we
Had me a little wide-eyed there too. Holy cow.
Woo! Emiliano Sordi, #1 seed. We'll make it official when we return. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Yves Edwards back here at our PFL Smart Cage, and those are our final fight stats presented by Cageonomics. Emiliano Sordi landing 9 total strikes in this one, 3 on the ground that put Bozagit Ataev all the way out. But as you showed us in the replay, Yves, it was a couple of those glancing, kind of over the ear hooks and uppercuts that really were the beginning of the end for Ataev.
That volume in his combination punching, that's exactly what served him well tonight. Wow.
Lilian Garcia has the official decision inside the PFL cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 1 minute and 23 seconds into round number 1. Your winner by knockout, earning 6 points in the light heavyweight division and clinching a spot in the playoffs, Emiliano Sordi.
We'll take another look at it, Randy. Again, those glancing blows. Ooh, ground and pound.
Wow. Those were solid. Those are short little hooks, and it looked like one of them caught him right behind the ear and put him on his backside. And then these 2 big shots from that top position, as he's still hurt, are the ones that put him out.
I think we all expected that fight to end by knockout, but we were still all shocked.
Yeah. And look, Emiliano Sordi gets that win back. He lost to Goltsov Ataev in the playoffs last year by first-round knockout. Now it's 1-1. Will we see these 2 square off again in the Season 2 playoffs? I'm kind of hoping. Those are our light heavyweight standings. Emiliano Sordi clinched. Goltsov Ataev clinched. Jordan Johnson has also clinched. The rest playing wait and see. Sigi Pesaleli and Dan Spawn both holding 3 points from walkover victories. We'll have to see how it plays out. Still coming up, it's a big one for the big boys. Number 1 seed on the line in the heavyweight division as Denis Goltsov, a former combat sambo world champion who's coming off a first-round knockout in his PFL debut, will take on the mama's boy, Kelvin Tiller. Tiller also earned 6 points in his season debut with a first-round submission. He's 29 years old and is determined to get the $1 million purse this year, which, if it happens, would complete a tremendous rise from Tiller's tough beginnings in the gang-ridden streets around Topeka, Kansas.
I was just trying to figure out a way to get out the streets and get away from all of that stuff. I met a guy at a grocery store, and he was trying to sell me, like, tickets to a fight. And I was like, what kind of fight? Like, boxing? He was like, nah, MMA. I didn't know what it was at the time. This is 2009, but I was still 18 years old, so this is 2009. I was like, I want to fight. He was like, you want to fight? I'm like, yeah, I want to fight like today. He like, man, you got to train for it. I was like, I'll kick anybody's butt. What's up? You know, let's fight. He like, how about I'll give you a number to a trainer. You go, you check him out, see if you like it. Got my butt whooped the next day. 18 years old, humble me from that day forward, man, just been a humble guy ever since. I was just excited to just be out, you know, out of the street life, away from all of my homies doing bad stuff. All the bad neighborhoods I've been through. My mom was telling us, you know, we was telling you that we had to spend a whole summer without electricity. That was more than once. That wasn't just once. That was just in that apartment.
Me and Kevin, we've always had a very strong bond. You know, like I said, he's my baby, and he's my only boy, so I probably babied him more than I did the other ones. And, you know, kind of like if you see him, you see me. When we didn't have lights, water, gas, food, or whatever, he was always there. He was pretty much by my side.
Like I said, we come from one bedroom, so for her to see a lot of the cameras and doing interviews and stuff like that, you know, we didn't expect it to go this far, you know, so for her to be here and to experience all this with me is a beautiful thing. For her to be at all the fights and hear her yell, I literally hear her over everybody.
He loves this, and for the life of me, I don't know why, but he loves this. And I've always told him, I never had any money to give him or any great advice, but I've always told him, you know, you can't listen to what somebody else tell you about your dreams. Whatever it takes, you do it, because you don't want to live a life of the coulda, shoulda, woulda. You know, you don't be 90 saying, you know, I could have been that PFL champ, but I let somebody talk me out of it.
I really want to show the people what I can do, man. I want to show the world that I am good everywhere. Win $1 million, be able to buy my mom a house, and be able to get back to my community. And the people older than me, younger than me, that's looking up to me, it's for them to be able to see that and be excited and be inspired. That's everything to me.
PFL heavyweight and light heavyweight action continues tonight on ESPN Plus. That starts at 10 Eastern. Last year's light heavyweight finalist, Vinny Magalhaes, he finds himself in an elimination fight versus Rakim Cleveland. Olympic gold medalist Satoshi Ishii takes on PFL playoff veteran Jared Rosholt. To get ESPN Plus, go to espnplus.com or download the app. Kelvin Tiller and Denis Goltsov. Two guys holding on to 6 points heading into this matchup in not even counting, that's how many he's got. Here's our tail of the tape. And there is that 5-inch height advantage for Denis Goltsov. It only translates, though, to a 1-inch arm reach advantage. Kelvin Tiller wide-shouldered and long-armed. Can he close the distance and find Denis Goltsov chin tonight? Lillian Garcia gets these heavyweights going in the PFL6.
This is a battle for the #1 seed in the heavyweight division. And it is a classic Russia versus USA matchup. This fight is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Make sure you visit geico.com to get your quote today. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He specializes in combat sambo, standing at 6'5" and weighing in at 241 pounds. In 28 professional bouts, he has a record of 23 victories and 5 defeats, and is coming off a first-round knockout in his PFL debut. Fighting out of St. Petersburg, Russia, here is Denis Goltsov. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a boxer, standing at 6 feet tall, weighing in at 265 pounds. In 13 professional bouts, he has a record of 11 victories and 2 defeats, with 10 wins by stoppage. Coming out of Topeka, Kansas, here is the Mama's Boy, Kelvin Tiller. Your referee in charge, Gary Copeland.
The crowd tonight behind Kelvin Tiller in the blue trunks, Denis Goltsov hailing from Russia in the silver. Chance of Mama's Boy raining down as we get started. 3 5-minute heavyweight rounds. And a jab right off from Denis Goltsov.
And he has a powerful jab. That's what he put Jared Rosholt down with.
Very long, straight, jousting jab.
Quick.
Driving right through those toes all the way out to the end of that fist.
We talked about his combat sambo experience, but also, the right hands and the knee from Denis Goltsov. He's well-rounded, 10 knockouts, 9 submission victories.
23 victories totally in his career. Very well-rounded.
That jab keeps landing.
Sticking it with that.
Snapping the head back of the mouthpiece
came out.
The mouthpiece is on the mat, immediately replaced.
So Tiller was telling us in the fighter interviews his mom was concerned about this fight because of the Rocky movies. You know, Rocky and Drago. And man, that jab is kind of Drago-esque.
Head kick tested out there by Denis Goltsov, who is controlling the distance, using the range. And the jab keeps snapping and landing on the mama's boy.
Those hurt.
Already showing wear and tear on the right side of Kelvin Tiller's face.
Kelvin can't afford to move backwards. He's got to move forwards here. He's got to smother those long punches and get inside, work that body and get away in there and get to that head.
Tiller's got to move his head. He's standing straight up and down. He's got to feint, give him some head movement. He can't stay on that straight line because that eye is going to swell.
Oh, that one hurt him. Straight right hand. Wobbled the knees.
He's out of it. He's not in
there.
Kelvin Tiller in big trouble. Denis Goltsov pouring it on here. Tiller leaps and tries to grab a leg, in huge trouble. Referee stops the fight to replace the mouthpiece of Kelvin Tiller, who is in massive trouble and barely aware of where he's at right now.
Tiller's got to throw. He's got to throw. He can't wait.
There you go. Get low. Get in there, Kelvin.
He's got to make this dirty.
He's got to do.
Yeah, he can't make this technical.
He stands out that range, and he's just going to get picked apart. That jab is just going to keep coming.
2 minutes into this fight, and Kelvin Tiller has worn a lot of damage on that face. He closes the distance, eats a knee.
Comes out again.
It keeps coming out. Blood running down the face of Kelvin Tiller.
Fight. Keep it in your mouth. Keep it in your mouth, Red.
Goltsov looking for the trip.
Keep that mouthpiece in your mouth.
Looking at underhook.
Keep that mouthpiece in your mouth, Red.
Referee telling Kelvin Tiller to keep the mouthpiece in. Having a hard time doing that as Denis Goltsov dumps him to his back.
There's a lot of blood in his mouth, so it's hard to breathe, and he's swallowing that.
No elbows.
Goltsov hammer fists. Referee watching closely as Kelvin Tiller wears punishment on the bottom.
Tiller using his legs effectively, creating some distance. Nice little scramble attempt by Tiller.
And once again, the mouthpiece is out.
Goltsov floating over the top nicely, staying in position and continuing to rain down punishment.
Tiller has to tie him up if he wants to get that mouthpiece back, but he also needs to tie him up to stop receiving this punishment.
Referee will stop it one more time, put the mouthpiece back in. Back to action. Denis Goltsov throws a vicious right hand down from the top. Kelvin Tiller appears to have gathered his wits a little bit, though. He's using his legs.
He's absolutely still in this fight at this point. He was out of it there for a minute, for sure. I guarantee he's not spitting that mouthpiece out on purpose. He's taking some big shots.
Big shots, and like I said, all that blood in your mouth does not feel good.
Goltsov's got the, Tiller's got the underhook on the bottom, Randy. But in this much trouble, what does he have to do to get out of here?
Well, I mean, he's got to circle towards that underhook, continue to use his legs and knees to create space. But it looks to me like that double underhook, he's just hoping to hang on and stop the punishment at this point.
He's got 1 minute left, just inside of 1 minute left here in round number one. Goltsov still seeking potentially 6 points on top of the mama's boy, Kelvin Tiller.
And if Tiller is to make it through this round, I'm really looking forward to seeing how he walks back to the corner. And he's really close to his corner, so.
Another right hand from the top. Denis Goltsov isolating the defense.
Look at that right eye. It's swollen shut. That's all from the jab.
Hammer fists again from Goltsov inside of 30 seconds. Round number one, all Denis Goltsov.
Tiller using the fence, got a guillotine attempt.
Bloody and slippery, 10 seconds left here in round number one. Tiller will survive. What happens in round number two? We find out next. Here's a right hand from Denis Goltsov, putting Kelvin Tiller on silly street. The mouthpiece came out and he survived. Kelvin Tiller made it to the end of that round.
He survived. He's got a strong warning from the referee not to lose his mouthpiece again, or he may lose a point, which already is significant in this fight. But swole up in that right eye and taking some big shots.
He's a tough kid from Topeka, Kansas. He's not going to quit on us.
Interestingly enough, we observed as both fighters were going back to their corners, Denis Goltsov looked pretty winded. Oftentimes when you get that close to a finish, you pour it all on trying to secure the first round stoppage. How much is left in the tank of Denis Goltsov? We're going to find out here.
I have been in that situation once. The first time I fought Pedro Rizzo, punched myself out trying to finish the fight. I got my butt handed to me the second round.
Big leg kicks there from Kelvin Tiller to open the round.
And here's Tiller doing what he needed to do in the first round.
Yes, that's what he needs to do. Take those legs and attack. The Goltsov is a two-time world champion. Combat.
Nice
Good
takedown
shot.
by Tiller.
The mama's boy.
And look at Goltsov with the reversal
Full
immediately.
mount.
Tiller able to recover half guard here. Nice grappling exchange there to open round number 2. Potentially the #1 seed on the line here at heavyweight, and you can see why. Tiller working to a hip. He's got the underhook and actually had the body lock there from the bottom.
Truly, no matter how this fight plays out, who ends up with their hand raised at the end, this is a great learning experience for Kelvin Tiller. He's going to come out of this fight learning a lot.
Goltsov trying to neck crank.
Yeah, this is a nasty neck crank attempt here by Denis Goltsov. Tiller trying to push the elbow up and relieve some of that pressure.
This is something you can get away with when you're 6'5", I think. Stretch a guy out.
We've seen Kelvin Tiller's grappling really develop. His ground game is formidable. He's submitted guys that have not previously ever been submitted in their mixed martial arts careers. But Denis Goltsov right now is on top, smothering Kelvin Tiller. Referee, it looks like he's warning.
No, that was a point deduction by the referee for losing the mouthpiece.
From the position Tiller is in, he should take this right knee and bring that to the inside. Should bring that knee to the inside here so that he can press his body away from Goltsov and control that hand to get to his feet. Once again, he's controlling that wrist. You see what he's pushing that wrist down? Get that knee to the inside. Create some space.
On cue, he gets the butterfly guard there and then decides to better just close the guard. Denis Goltsov gives him a body shot and a head shot for his troubles.
Close guard in this situation with a guy 6'5" on top, he is not a good place to be. Because even with the closed guard, he can still reach you. It's hard to control that distance in a typical guard situation.
I'm standing up.
Referee standing up the action here and calling time. Denis Goltsov confused by what's going on here, and this is where the point deduction will come.
For spitting out the mouthpiece. 1 point deduction, spitting out the mouthpiece. 1 point deduction, spitting out the mouthpiece, okay?
Potentially significant here.
You were stalemate, so I'm standing you back up.
Now Kelvin Tiller definitely is going to need a stoppage here.
Yeah, because that first round could easily be called a 10-8 round.
Overhand right misses for Tiller. Back to the jab work and a knee from Denis Goltsov.
That's what Tiller needs to get back to, those leg kicks. Stay on the, if he's going to stay on the outside, blast those leg kicks. Try to slow the big man down.
Tiller with another successful takedown. Can he stay on top this time of Denis Goltsov?
Nice little sweep attempt by Goltsov. Man, he's wily under there.
Man.
And he lands in mount. He transitions all the way over. Excellent reversal, a switch there by Denis Goltsov.
Such nice long levers, and he uses that leverage so well. Full mount. This is a bad spot for Kelvin Tiller. Little choke attempt here from the top position.
He gets the tap. The Ezekiel tap. The Ezekiel choke. Kelvin Tiller taps out at 5 points to Denis Goltsov. is the second Ezekiel choke by Denis Goltsov in his last 3 fights. 5 points, a Fab 5 for Denis Goltsov. We'll make it official. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Eve Edwards, PFL action in New Jersey. Tonight, after the Little League World Series, it's Sports Center with Bucci and Anderson. Highlights and reactions from all 11 NFL preseason games, plus how the Saints have put the NFC Championship loss behind them, and a breakdown of Tigers' first round in New Jersey to start the FedEx Cup playoffs. Sports Center after the Little League World Series on ESPN and the ESPN app. Lillian Garcia has the official call inside the PFL cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 3 minutes and 40 seconds into round number 2. Submission by neck crank, earning 5 points in the heavyweight division and clinching a spot in the playoffs, Denis Goltsov.
Second round submission victory, good for 5 points and the #1 seed in the upcoming PFL heavyweight playoffs, Denis Goltsov. And this jab was really, well, the jab and the right hand, Randy, nasty.
Wicked, wicked, wicked jab. Uses his weight, that distance very, very well. Jousts that jab right out there, and that set the tone for this fight.
That was in the first round. Kelvin Tiller found himself in a lot of trouble. Looked like he recovered nicely, at least between rounds. That was a takedown from the first round for Goltsov, but in the second round, Eve, it was this from Kelvin Tiller.
It was, but once he got on top, Goltsov was able to reverse him and get to these really good positions. And when he got to that mount, landed some shots, and then looked for that Ezekiel, finished it. Good job, man. That experience stood out.
Here are heavyweight standings. Goltsov locks up the #1 seed, and more heavyweight action when we come back. We're back for some more heavyweight action here on ESPN2 and Professional Fighters League. Francimar Barroso of Brazil and Ben Edwards. His only opportunity to grab some points and a playoff spot. He was supposed to be part of our roster, and then an injury kept him out of the first bout. Here's how the tail of the tape works out. Slight leg reach advantage for Francimar Barroso. 20 pounds heavier is Ben Edwards. Lillian Garcia gets the heavyweights going once again inside the PFL cage.
The final fight here on ESPN2 is in the heavyweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a striker, standing at 6'3", weighing in at 264 pounds. Making his PFL debut with an undefeated record of 4-0. And fighting out of Canberra, Australia, here is Ben the Governor Edwards. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he specializes in jiu-jitsu, standing at 6'1" and weighing in at 245 pounds. In 32 professional bouts, he has a record of 23 victories, 7 defeats, 1 draw, 1 no contest. Fighting out of Chapuri, Brazil, here is Francimar Barroso. Your referee in charge, Bill Bookwalter.
Bill Bookwalter, the third man inside the cage. Francimar Barroso in the blue trunks. Ben Edwards out of Australia in the silver.
Man, you ready? Barroso, you ready? Fight!
Touch of the gloves, and a big overhand right answered by an uppercut. Getting right to it on these two heavyweights.
Ben Edwards is only 4 fights into his MMA career, but tons of kickboxing experience, and he has so much power.
He also played professional rugby, so he just enjoys violent sports.
He is a big guy, a lot of power.
And it always makes me laugh a little bit. Francimar Barroso, as he absorbs a little punishment here, has 11 knockouts to his record, but as a lifelong jiu-jitsu practitioner, he still counts that as his specialty.
He's in big trouble right now. He took a couple of big shots, a nice big uppercut from Edwards, and there's the shot. I wondered how long it would take Edwards to change his mind about standing in front of him.
Barroso grabs that single leg and lands in side control here. And this is where that lifelong jiu-jitsu experience can be a real problem for Ben Edwards, who of course counts striking as his advantage here.
Yeah, I think Edwards is a little off balance too when Barroso hit that shot, and that just worked out very well for Francimar. But Edwards is in a bad spot right now.
Flat on his back here, Eve. What does he have to do to get up?
He's got to fight for that underhook, like I always say on that far side. That's very important. He's got to go for that underhook, otherwise he's going to be stuck here under this jiu-jitsu black belt.
Barroso trying to grab the Americana on that far side arm. Edwards elevating the hips, trying to buck Badal, the big goat they call him, off. It's going to take more than that, quite frankly, from a jiu-jitsu black belt on top of you.
Yeah, and he said, what Edwards told us was that his training has really been focused on defending takedowns and escaping bottom. And we're going to have to see that out of him if he's going to win this fight, because there's a lot of time on this clock, and Barroso is a dangerous guy on top.
Ben Edwards on the bottom here under Francimar Barroso. There's his corner. And you'll notice there in the far right corner, that is his fiance. As of yesterday, when he walked out onto a jetty here in Atlantic City and proposed to his longtime girlfriend.
Edwards' girlfriend in law school, so more than just a hat rack there with Edwards.
Now,
nice left hand from the top there.
And it's obvious to me that Barroso he's working to look for submissions. He's trying to set different things up. A few seconds ago, he was looking to work for that head and arm on the far side, but he's not in a good position to attack that submission. So he's looking for something else now. He's just riding his time on top.
2 minutes left here in round number 1. 6 points still on the line. Barroso holding on to 3 points already from a first regular season fight. Split decision victory for him.
There's a scramble attempt by Ben.
And now Barroso's on his back.
Got the forearm trapped in the seatbelt, 2-on-1 wrist ride. Little crossface action from Barroso.
Edwards able to push the arm up off of his nose at least.
Nice job by Edwards.
Ooh. We got to see some of that.
Whoa, big. I felt the wind from that one over
Right
there.
back to work goes Ben Edwards, and another single leg head outside. And Barroso dumps the fierce striker once again to his back.
Was it Barroso that told us that he spent some time training with Chael Sonnen? Because that looked a lot like Chael Sonnen.
So head outside single with a trip. Nicely done. Second effort secures the takedown for Barroso.
Goes back to work on the ground and pound. Inside of 1 minute left here in round number 1. Ben Edwards on his back again underneath the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt, Francimar Barroso. A couple of right hands sneak through there from the top. Edwards appears content to just hang out, ride out the round. Maybe doesn't feel like he's in a lot of trouble here. Catching his breath on the bottom.
Little mouse.
Start standing up every round. That's where he's going to get to start the next one.
Round 2 when we come back. Heavyweights back in action here in Atlantic City at Ocean Casino Resort. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Eve Edwards cage side. Francimar Barroso with a shovel uppercut in the blue trunks to start round number 2. Ben Edwards in the gray has one shot here, his only PFL regular season fight. Needs to get points for a spot in the heavyweight playoffs.
Ooh. I don't know if you want to get in the kickboxing match with Ben Edwards. He's been in the K1 ring with Alistair Overeem.
But he catches the kick, does Barroso, and dumps Edwards to his back again, pouring it on with the left hands from the top.
Close to full mount here. Barroso's in full mount now.
And he took himself out of it.
He stepped out. I tell you what, I feel more precarious in the mount position too. I like being in the half guard.
Well, and we saw some explosion from Edwards in that first round. We saw some explosion. He switched his hips and he got up the first time. Barroso maybe felt like he didn't want to put himself in a position where that could happen again. Coming up later on ESPN Plus, there's Umar Nurmagomedov, cousin and close training partner of Khabib, in a bantamweight showcase bout on ESPN Plus. Once again, side control, working to a crucifix position is Bodal, the big goat, Francimar Barroso, and he's got the right arm isolated. Ben Edwards trying to get that thing back. Now Barroso working across the body to get this shoulder choke.
For the arm triangle here. Trying to slide in now.
He's on the far side, but he
might sit to the
might lose it.
here.
He might lose it.
Looks like he's going to try and sit.
He's gotten it back.
Edwards
okay, he's out, he's out.
Pulls the elbow down and gets out, but right back to the half guard. Well, he's a striking specialist, but Ben Edwards has shown at least some acumen defensively in these grappling exchanges.
If I'm Ben Edwards, when I look at this tape later, he needs to look how straight-legged he is when he punches. And he wings. He needs to lower his levels, bend his knees, so he can defend takedowns a little better and pick his shots.
Once again, inside the blue corner of Ben Edwards. Maybe some technical difficulties with the microphone there as Francimar Barroso goes to work with knees to the body from that side mount position. To the back goes Francimar Barroso.
Edwards should turn hard to the other hip and punch that underhook at the same time. He missed his opportunity.
There's our fighter tracking in the bottom right-hand corner, Randy. 79% of this fight has been Francimar Barroso on top and up against the cage.
Yeah, that's been the tale here. The takedowns, Barroso setting him up nice, using his punches and kicks, catching the legs of Ben Edwards and using that to take him down pretty effectively.
More knees to the body from the top there for Francimar Barroso.
See the welts on the inside of the legs of Ben Edwards from those inside kicks.
Steve, how much do those knees from the top hurt?
You know, those are effective, man. You don't see a lot of people using them, but throwing that knee to the body, throwing those knees to the thigh, to the body, it takes some of the wind out of you, and to the thigh, it slows you down if you do escape.
Full mount. That's a big guy to try that Ezekiel choke out. I don't think we're going to see that one again.
Barroso once again steps off of that full mount. Content to smash down the right leg of Ben Edwards and go back to work with some ground and pound. 40 seconds remain in round number 2. 5 points still potentially on the line. Ben Edwards gets some space, but ends up turtling. Now Barroso once again on his back, looking to get his hooks in.
Both hooks in.
Not a lot of time.
10-second clapper. And Edwards reverses position right as we close out round number 2. A right hand for his efforts in round 3 when we return. Francimar Barroso in the blue trunks, Ben Edwards in the silver. Third and final round of their regular season heavyweight bout. Been all Francimar Barroso so far in the ground exchanges. But Ben Edwards has looked nasty on the feet if he can keep it there.
Edwards is going to have to rely on his hands, but sit low and make sure that he does not allow Barroso in on his legs if he wants to get out of this fight with a W.
And Randy, we heard from the corner between rounds, that was the exact advice they gave to Ben Edwards. Lower your stance a little bit, be ready to down block on those takedown attempts. Don't let him touch your front leg.
And look at him, he's shooting that jab. He's aiming for Barroso's chest. There's a big right hand by Ben Edwards. Spinning, is Barroso trying to set something spinning up here? Wow, where's that slap?
Slapping low inside leg kick there. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of pace Francimar Barroso wants here in round number 3. He's got to know he's got round 1 and 2 in the bag.
He's looking to shoot, for sure.
Edwards has got to get behind that jab with an uppercut, because you know Barroso is going to be changing levels. Just pick him back up with that uppercut. Keep firing it and keep flashing it.
Barroso throws a lead hook there.
Big right hand by Ben Edwards again.
Another right hand from Edwards. Lands kind of on the chest and neck area of Barroso as he kicks.
Do you want Ben Edwards punching you in the chest and neck?
I don't want Ben Edwards punching me at all.
I don't want him touching me. It's hard.
Sean's like, I'm retired, dang
I'm retired for this exact reason, Eve. Barroso tries to grab that front leg again. This time, Edwards shrugs it off.
Big double leg.
Nice explosion there from Francimar Barroso.
Little head contact, I think, on that double leg.
Yeah.
And Ben Edwards has a cut.
It's getting in his eyes. Have you ever had blood in your eyes, Randy?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like you see red. You literally see red. It's hard to see. It sucks.
3 minutes remaining for Ben Edwards to try and make something happen. And this is his only opportunity in the PFL regular season to grab points and a spot in the heavyweight playoffs. Francimar Barroso, Randy, he talks about how he's a complete mixed martial artist. Long jiu-jitsu history, formidable striking with a lot of knockouts to his record. And there you saw some nice wrestling, because it's not just the shot, it's the reshot that gets Ben Edwards to the ground.
That's absolutely correct. It's that second effort a lot of times. And you see that from collegiate wrestlers and Olympic wrestlers. Some of the jiu-jitsu guys don't do that very well. They don't make those transitions very well. Barroso does a very, very good job there.
Referee decided we need to take a look at this cut. An inadvertent headbutt is likely the cause
on that shot. Right here.
Yeah, it looks like the forehead of Francimar Barroso on the way down. Not a whole lot you can do about that.
Yeah, and that's right above the eye, the forehead right above the eye. The eye's going to lose that every time. Sharp bones right there in the orbital.
And now Francimar Barroso goes back to work on that cut. A stoppage is good no matter how you get it. Still potentially 4 points on the line for the big goat.
Edwards has got to get that left leg, right leg free if he wants to get to his feet. He's got to get that right hip all the way over so that he can stand. But Barroso recognizes that. That's why he's lifting and elevating that leg.
Reaches across, starts cranking the neck of Ben Edwards. And now Barroso elevates his hips and will try and sit down into the full mount here. Edwards gives up the back. Barroso pulls him back down and will attempt to sink his hooks in. Nice spin there by Edwards.
Yes, he had to clear that elbow. Now he's in a good position.
And he goes right to work with his right hand. Staying on top, and the left hand snuck through there. Are 90 seconds enough for Ben Edwards to turn the tables in this fight?
Edwards has got to posture up and free his hands up, create some space so he can generate power.
I think if I was Edwards, I would have backed out and made him stand up there instead of staying and trying to land the power on the ground.
I think one thing Edwards has in the back of his mind is, you know, they're sweating. The cage is a bit slippery, and they're both tripping a little bit in there. They're both sweating a lot.
Less than a minute left as Ben Edwards tries to reverse his fortunes here. I tend to agree with Randy. If he's going to make something happen, it's not going to be these tiny peppering shots. Not against the guy as experienced and tough as Francimar Barroso. 30 seconds left here in round number 3. Reminder, Barroso was the #1 seed heading into last year's heavyweight playoffs. He's got 3 points now. Potentially 3 more if he can get this decision victory. 15 seconds left. Ben Edwards looks like he will finish round 3 on top. We'll find out if the judges think it's enough for the Australian when we come back. Ben Edwards finishes on top, Randy, but we'll get the judges' official decision in just a moment.
This presentation of the PFL on ESPN2 is presented by Presidente. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Caged Muscle, ultra premium sports nutrition supplements to fuel your performance. And by SeatGeek, score the best deals on tickets.
There are our Cageonomics final fight stats. Francimar Barroso out of Brazil, dominant with those 4 takedowns against Ben Edwards. The ground strikes here, 56 to 88 landed. You saw Francimar going after some submission attempts. Edwards, to his credit, did not get submitted by the Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu black belt.
Big haymakers coming from Ben Edwards.
This was early in the fight. Edwards getting some work done on the feet, and that's what made Barroso decide to grab that single leg.
Nice single leg follows through. Puts Ben Edwards right on his backside. He timed those legs really nice. I think 3 of the 4 takedowns he got in this fight were from that. Timing a kick and following through. Every time you kick, you post on one leg, you're vulnerable to being taken down.
Yeah, it's much harder to defend that takedown with one leg in the air, and Barroso recognized that. Just put a lot of power or caught the kick and just ran through him.
The inadvertent headbutt causing the cut over Ben Edwards' left eye.
Waiting on the official judges' scorecards here. And Lillian Garcia has those inside the PFL Smart Cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. And the totals are 30-27, 29-28, and 29-28, all for your winner by unanimous decision, earning 3 points in the heavyweight division, Francimar Barroso.
3 more points for Francimar Barroso. Clinches a playoff spot. Good enough right now, at least, for 4th in our heavyweight standing. So as we close out our ESPN2 card, how do those heavyweight standings look? Denis Goltsov, 11 total points with his 2nd round stoppage earlier tonight of Kelvin Tiller. Alex Nicholson got the 1st round KO, good enough for 6. The Mama's Boy still in it at number 3, and Francimar Barroso now with 2 decision victories, good enough for 6 points. We'll see how it plays out for the rest of our heavyweights later on ESPN+. Later on tonight, as I mentioned, ESPN+, a light heavyweight feature bout. Vinny Magalhaes in a winner-go-home scenarios. Last season, he was in the final. This is a rematch with Rakim Cleveland. Our knockout of the night, presented by Presidente. Alex Nicholson over Tuinei-Wily. The big right hand, and a couple more hammer fists to close it out. The Spartan back on a win streak, baby. That is your 1st round TKO on our Presidente knockouts of the night. For Randy Couture, Eve Edwards, and Caroline Pierce, I'm Sean O'Connell. PFL heavyweight and light heavyweight action continues in just a moment on ESPN+. It'll be 2018 finalist Vinny Magalhaes and Olympic gold medalist Satoshi Ishii. To get ESPN+, go to ESPNplus.com or download the app so you can watch us tonight in the PFL anywhere. So long from the Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Join us on ESPN+.
They have gone to war in the run for the Professional Fighters League playoffs.
Huge knee! With the flying knee. There's a tap. 6 points for Taylor Harrison.
Closing in on 6 $1 million championships.
Cooper's drop. John Doomsday Howard with a huge knockout.
Tonight, the regular season comes to an end. The light heavies and the heavyweight step center cage.
Goltsov dropping Jared Rosholt.
Ishii, Magalhaes, and more throw down for the top seeds in their divisions.
Nice combination landed there for Satoshi Ishii.
We are changing the game.
Is it trouble? Is it big trouble?
This is the PFL on ESPN+.
A look at Ocean Casino Resort. Outside, the lights are on. It's beautiful. And inside, Professional Fighters League action is already underway at the Ovation Hall. Light heavyweights and heavyweights in action, looking to secure points and playoff spots. I am Sean O'Connell, cage side, and as I mentioned, this is the final opportunity for our light heavyweights and heavyweights to secure those crucial points and grab a spot in the upcoming playoffs. You don't get $1 million, you don't get a belt unless you make the playoffs. As always, I'm joined by Randy Couture and Eve Edwards, cage side. And goodness gracious, we've got another awesome heavyweight bout coming up. The Olympic gold medalists, Satoshi Ishii and Jared Rosholt. Ishii looked good in his first PFL bout, Eve.
He did, and he's confident in his striking. He believes that he wants to take this fight to the ground, though. He's confident in striking. He wants to get this fight on the mat because he feels that from the top he can dominate. And he knows that Jared Rosholt is an all-American wrestler. He says that if Rosholt takes him down, he's going to be comfortable getting up. We saw him out there against Tuinei-Wily his last time out, fighting the biggest man in the division, just beating him up with big shots. But when he gets in there with Rosholt, he's going to have to mix that up and set up his takedown if he wants to finish on top.
Well, Jared Rosholt needs points. It's win or go home, and with him contemplating retirement after this PFL season, maybe win or go home forever, Randy.
Well, that's a question. You question his motivation right now, but you know, he's a tough guy. He's a 3-time All-American at Oklahoma State. Cowboy, he brings a great wrestling pedigree. He's got naturally heavy hands. He's the bigger guy in this fight, but can he secure the takedown, establish that top position, and do what a lot of wrestlers do, which is find a way to beat Ishii up on the ground.
That feature heavyweight bout is coming up a little bit later on ESPN+. And as I mentioned, already the action heated things up here at Ovation Hall. A couple of heavyweight bouts already as the standings are kind of shaping up, and goodness gracious, did we get an exciting one. Alex Nicholson, the Spartan, gets back to his winning ways with a huge knockout.
Yeah, he knew that he needed a win to get in playoffs. What did he do? Land a big body kick and then land a big right hand to drop Tuinei-Wily. Look at this, the big right hand follows it up, the referee steps in, and he gets himself a quick 6 and a playoff berth tonight. Great job by Alex Nichols. We know he's an explosive fighter. I cannot wait to see what he brings to the playoffs now.
Good enough for 6 points. He clinches a spot, as Eve said. And how about the battle for potentially the #1 seed? Kelvin Tiller, the mama's boy, taking on Denis Goltsov in that classic USA versus Russia matchup. It started with the jab, Randy, and it ended in an ugly fashion for Kelvin Tiller.
Absolutely. It all came down to distance, as I thought it was going to be a striking match. Nice kicks, solid jousting jab that hurt him. And then the Ezekiel chokes, the nice sweeps from the top, 6'5", those long levers really served Denis Goltsov well tonight.
So Denis Goltsov gets the second round finish over Kelvin Tiller, which is good enough for the #1 seed in our upcoming heavyweight playoffs. Here's how they look right now. With plenty of action left to go at heavyweight, Denis Goltsov clinches the #1 spot. Nicholson has a playoff spot. Kelvin Tiller has 6 points in a playoff spot. And Francimar Barroso just got his second decision win, good enough for 6 points. All of those men have secured a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, sitting at the spot in the playoffs, I mean, there's still 4 more guys that are going to get an opportunity to get in. So I'm looking forward to seeing that.
Speaking of playoffs, Last year, our light heavyweight finalist, Vinny Magalhaes, finds himself in a win-or-go-home scenario. He lost to Emiliano Sordi in his first outing. And Eve, we have not seen Vinny in this kind of a predicament before.
No, he has not been in one of these situations inside the PFL cage, but he's facing a guy who he's beaten last season in the playoffs. Now, what does Vinny have to do? Vinny knows that he has to get this fight to the ground because we saw in his first fight this season with Emiliano Sordi, staying on the outside is not where he needs to be. He's got to take Sordi, he's got to take Cleveland down and get to the position where he's strongest. That is on the ground and looking for his submission game.
Well, despite the first outing, Vinny is still a favorite coming into his fight tonight. And Randy, Rakim Cleveland welcomes the challenge. He was eliminated from the playoffs last year by Vinny Magalhaes. He wants the rematch. Now he gets what he's asking for.
He absolutely wants this rematch. He feels like he has something to prove. He's got a great boxing pedigree out of Texas. Great athlete. He was a former football player. So he's going to bring that. I think he's seen maybe some of the weaknesses that Vinny has shown in some of his other fights, and he's going to try to exploit those. Look for him to sprawl, stay away, keep his distance, and use that athletic power.
So those highlights, those light heavyweight bouts are coming up, and we'll get some highlights from them, but we already saw some highlights tonight in the light heavyweight division as well. Bozogit Ataev and Emiliano Sordi squared off for what was potentially the #1 seed, and the Argentine put on another show.
Oh man, this fight was so exciting. You knew this fight was going to get in by knockout, but still, we were all standing up with our mouths open, jaws dropped, because Emiliano Sordi landed a beautiful combination from the outside, beautiful ground and pound. The referee steps in, and there he is, sitting at the top of the light heavyweight rankings.
And I tell you what, Randy, Jordan Johnson joined the PFL roster undefeated. Yep. And in his PFL debut, he lost to Maxime Grishin, but tonight he rights the wrong and he gets himself a spot in the playoff.
Well, I don't think anybody would have predicted that he was in a win-or-go-home situation in this. And, you know, suffered his loss, he put that behind him, he changed his camp, he got some new coaches. We saw a new, re-energized Jordan Johnson here tonight.
Emiliano Sordi and his performance, first-round knockout, good enough for 11 total points and the #1 spot. Bozogit Ataev, on the strength of his first performance this year, has 6 points in a playoff spot. And Jordan Johnson, with his decision win tonight, grabbed himself a spot in the playoffs. We'll see how it plays out for Sigi Pesaleli and Dan Spahn, who both have 3 points in walkover victories. Light heavyweight and heavyweight action coming up tonight on ESPN+. But that's not all the PFL has in store for you. A little special treat worked up. Caroline Pierce has the details.
I do indeed, Sean, thank you. Most of the attention tonight is, of course, on the push to the playoffs, but a special fighter showcase is also coming up next here on ESPN+, featuring a very recognizable name in MMA. It's a Nurmagomedov, Umar Nurmagomedov, that is, the younger cousin of UFC lightweight champion Khabib Nurmagomedov. Umar takes to the PFL cage in a bantamweight bout against Honorio out of nearby Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. So far, the 23-year-old Nurmagomedov has a record of 10-0, undefeated just like Khabib, and he's had the benefit of training with and learning directly from the world champ.
First, he helped me mentality. I remember last 4 or 5 ago, he told me, you wanna start this career, go to fighter's career? I told him yes. He say, never give up when you go to forward all the time. I told him, okay, I choose this one. All the time he take me with him, AKA and different training camp, and he training me, he learned me everything. He called me and he told what I need to do this for win. And interesting for me, everything what he told me, I do this and I win. Very good strategy. When I train with him, very hard for me. Other guys, easy. All the time he beat me. Different other guys, for me, easy.
I'm a black belt in jiu-jitsu, so I expect him to take me to the ground. I want that to happen, yeah. Because I don't think Khabib ever fought anyone good in jiu-jitsu, so that's why he's been winning all his fights too. When he faces someone on UFC, that does jiu-jitsu, that have a good jiu-jitsu, a confidence jiu-jitsu, it will have trouble. So that's gonna be a way to show like they can beat Khabib, yeah, and they can beat him too.
Honorio confident in his jiu-jitsu heading into this fight. The 39-year-old is originally from Brazil but moved to the US at age 24 and has put together an impressive 13-6 record. Can he get the upset over Nurmagomedov? That's coming up next.
This presentation of the PFL on ESPN Plus is presented by Presidente. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Caged Muscle, ultra premium sports nutrition supplements to fuel your performance. And by SeatGeek, score the best deals on tickets.
Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, and Eve Edwards cage side for PFL action, and we'll start our ESPN Plus presentation with a non-league fighter showcase. Umar Nurmagomedov, famous Dagestani name. Can he carry on the family legacy? He takes on Honorio from nearby Philadelphia, as much of a local as you're going to get here. And our tail of the tape shows the 16-year weight age gap between these two individuals. Lillian Garcia has them inside the cage.
Fight fans, we are now live on ESPN Plus, and we start with a new fighter showcase at bantamweight. It is a classic Russia versus USA matchup. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He specializes in jiu-jitsu, standing at 5 feet 7 inches tall, weighing in at 135 pounds. In 19 professional bouts, he has a record of 13 wins and 6 losses, with 6 wins by stoppage. Fighting out of near Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, here is Sidamar Sadeko Honorio. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a wrestler, standing at 5'8", weighing in at 136 pounds. In his professional career, he is undefeated at 10-0 with 5 wins by stoppage. Fighting out of Dagestan, Russia, here is Umar Nurmagomedov. Your referee in charge, Gasper Oliver.
Umar Nurmagomedov in the blue trunks, Sidamar Honorio in the red. 135-pound bantamweight showcase bout. We do not have a bantamweight division, but maybe something to look forward to for season 3.
Absolutely. That would be fun.
No touch of the gloves. They'll get right to action here.
Umar told us he's basically a Muay Thai fighter. With that Nurmagomedov name, you know that wrestling's in his background.
Interesting, Sidamar said he's never, the Nurmagomedovs have never faced anybody with a jiu-jitsu background like his, and he's going to show them what that's all about. Go ahead, take me down, put me in my world.
It'll be interesting to see how this one plays out, because as he mentioned, Umar actually counts himself as a little bit more of a striker. In fact, when we asked him how the rounds between Umar and Khabib go in training, he said, well, look, I can get the better of him in striking, and then he'll take me down and make my life miserable.
Oh, head kick.
Head kick there from Umar. And Honorio pulls guard. He says, all right, I'll bring you down here myself if you're not going to shoot a takedown.
Now, I appreciate jiu-jitsu. I myself am a black belt, but you still cannot sleep on the ground skills of these combat sambo world champions. You cannot sleep on their ground skills.
Nice pass by Nurmagomedov.
Nice recovery here by Sidamar Honorio. Active legs from the bottom. Nurmagomedov will look to pass. Great opportunities for some signature ground and pound.
Ooh, beautiful right hand on the drop.
Umar Nurmagomedov in the blue trunks on top, working some ground and pound. Classic body to the head combination there. Smothering the movement on bottom for Sidamar Honorio in the red. Nurmagomedov stands up out of guard, kicks at the legs. Gasper Oliver steps in, will stand him back up. If you watched PFL Season 1, you did see Umar Nurmagomedov in a similar showcase bout, and that one, the thing I took away most was his ability to control distance, but right there it was Sidamar Honorio who closed with a head kick attempt. Nice body kick there from Honorio.
Umar didn't like that.
He set that kick up nice with his hands, followed through.
Head kick sneaks over the left shoulder of Sidamar Honorio.
Arm throw attempt. Honorio. Tough to spit that one out.
Once again, Umar Nurmagomedov back on top of Sidamar Honorio, trying to create offense here.
Now, Umar Nurmagomedov, he looks very comfortable being on top of a black belt at this level, so Honorio may have to change up his game plan.
Nurmagomedov, 23 years old, but already 10 professional fights. He's so far undefeated in his mixed martial arts career. So despite the fact that Sidamar Honorio, 16 years older than his opponent here, their experience in the cage not all that similar, or excuse me, not all that different, as 10 wins for Nurmagomedov, only 13 for Honorio.
And again, that background that we just kind of glossed right over, that combat sambo background, that's that amateur MMA, man, that just gives these guys so much of a step up. So much experience.
And as one would expect, we asked Umar a lot about training with his cousin Khabib, who's pretty much, you know, universally considered the best fighter in the world right now, at least in the lower weight classes. And he said, look, after I train with Khabib, after I fight him in training, everyone else is easy. 10 seconds left here in round number 1, and Sidamar Honorio at least making it interesting against Umar Nurmagomedov. We'll see how it plays out in round number 2 when we return on ESPN+. Umar Nurmagomedov sneaks a head kick over the left shoulder of Sidamar Honorio and ends up right on top, where we thought a lot of this fight might play out, Randy.
Absolutely. We're seeing the Brazilian black belt in Honorio tested for sure, and the wrestling skills of Umar Nurmagomedov come to play as he floats over the black belt and unable to get out of there.
This is a bantamweight showcase bout. Umar Nurmagomedov in the blue trunks, Honorio in the red. We'll get back to light heavyweight and heavyweight action for the rest of the evening here on ESPN Plus with playoff spots on the line. But for now, the bantamweights squaring off. Front kick from Nurmagomedov. Double jab there, Eve, from Umar.
Yeah, and if you notice, he's switching stances. We haven't really even pointed that out, but every time he switches stances, it doesn't look like he's any stronger or any weaker on either side. His skill level stays the same.
Honorio talking to somebody in there.
Was he talking to his corner? I wasn't sure who he was talking to.
I think that was a conversation between fighter and corner. Usually that's one-sided communication. Head kick attempt there from Honorio.
He composed in great control of his distance with Umar Nurmagomedov.
Yeah, and once again, we're talking about a 23-year-old. That's a lot. That shows a lot of maturity inside the cage.
Southpaw stance here.
Oh, that was beautiful.
He timed that perfectly, didn't he?
Yeah.
There's that lead head kick. It's not an easy thing to throw. It's not a technique that a novice striker is really going to be good at. And Umar's shown it a couple times in this one as he checks a lead leg kick from Sidamar.
But the other thing about it was he also he used it as a counter, avoided the low calf kick, and slapped him in the face with it.
He timed it, picked that foot up just as he kicked and kicked him in the face with it.
Beautiful.
Take a look inside Nurmagomedov's corner. That's Islam Mamedov, also on the PFL roster. Speaking Russian.
Give number two, number two.
There's the two.
Well done.
Back to work goes Nurmagomedov, closing the distance against Sidamar Honorio. Nice evasion there from the Philadelphia native. Body kick from Sidamar Honorio.
Changed it up. Right kick, then left kick, and the left kick landed.
Bouncing around, trying to find the right timing and combinations is Umar Nurmagomedov. To his credit, Sidamar Honorio interrupting things with leg kicks of his own and the big winging head kick attempts.
I think Sidamar landed a nice right hook there, but Umar just ate it.
Looked like it missed to me. Okay. I think he kicked and off-balanced him just as he threw it, or it might have landed.
Inside of 2 minutes left here in round number 2. Bantamweight showcase bout. No points on the line.
Honario's throwing those naked kicks hard, and if Umar wants to, he can start timing that or just countering after he blocks.
Saw him attempt to whip that lead head kick up again. Just missed.
Front kick again.
A lot of kicking exchanges here from these two strikers. Sidamar Honorio in the first round looked like he wanted to get into a jiu-jitsu exchange. Not so much effort on his part in that respect, at least here in round number 2. Willing to strike it out.
He pulled guard in the first round, and now it seems like he's settled into his striking exchanges. It's interesting. I would love to see what kind of transition skills he has. Can he set up a takedown? Can he level change and drive through Nurmagomedov?
He's got 3 knockouts to his credit, equal to his 3 submissions. Big body kick from Umar, go ahead.
One thing I remember from the fighter meetings was that Honorio was telling us that he thinks that Umar is just a kicker. He's only a kicker, that's all he does. And we see Honorio just falling into that same game, throwing lots of kicks, but Umar's winning that game.
Push kick there from Nurmagomedov, and you saw him wipe the sweat off of the bottom of his foot. Rolling kick attempt there from Sidamar Honorio. And round 3 coming up when we come back on ESPN+. Well, Eve, you mentioned that Honorio thought Nurmagomedov was just a kicker, and kicks have been the story here. That one landed.
That one landed beautifully as a counter. But Umar Nurmagomedov is constantly throwing this question mark, and if he lands that at some point tonight, it could be lights out for Honorio.
2 rounds down, 1 more to go. Umar Nurmagomedov in the blue shorts.
Ready?
Sidamar Honorio out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, just an hour away in the red. Once again, the lead leg comes up. He comes out in an orthodox stance this round, does Umar. Leg kick there, low calf kick from Sidamar Honorio. It's checked every time, but there's still a lot of power on it.
Now, Umar has been successful when he throws his hands. Remember when his corner was calling for the 2, he fired it and landed it. I would like to see him use his hands behind his kicks a little more.
Inside leg kick, winging response from Honorio misses, as does the head kick attempt from the Philadelphia native. Back to a southpaw stance goes Umar Nurmagomedov. There's that kick again. Honorio does a good job of shrugging that lead shoulder and making sure to shrug off the brunt of it. Now we talked to Umar Nurmagomedov, Eve, about, why come here for a showcase bout in the PFL? You're 23 years old, you've got a long future in this sport. What's the growth looking like here? We saw him last year. Is he a better fighter now than he was?
I believe he's a better fighter now than he was, but here's what I see in this fight that I would like to see more of from him. I'd like to see him taking advantage of his advantages in this fight. He's the better striker, but he's waiting. He's waiting and letting the engagements happen when Honorio allows them to happen, or he's just firing kicks. If he turns it up some, he could take Honorio out of there. He looks like to be the better fighter in this one.
Looks like Nurmagomedov is not stepping outside of the box at all. He's very comfortable with his striking. He's a Muay Thai guy. He hasn't really done anything out of the ordinary here, really kind of extended himself at all.
Halfway through round number 3, Umar Nurmagomedov going to work on top here. There's a certain amount of weight, obviously, carried with the name you see on the back of his shorts. You wonder if that comes into play with a conservative performance like this one. Playing it safe, looking to extend the winning streak. He's at 10-0 right now.
I understand what you're saying. I like his skill set. I like what he seems to be able to do. But it's as if this is a race, a 30-mile race, and he's going at 30 miles an hour, and Honorio's going at 10. But he's just constantly going at 30. He could turn this up to 60 and just get it over with. He seems to have the skill set to do so.
Inside of 2 minutes, running out of time if he's going to make it happen. Sidamar Honorio, the 39-year-old veteran of the sport, trying to tie up Umar Nurmagomedov. Gasper Oliver's seen enough and stands them back up.
Now, I will tell you, I started fighting mixed martial arts in 1997. I was just a 20-year-old kid. And when you're fighting these guys who are older and you believe they have more experience, or they just have more life experience, there's something about fighting an older man where it just kind of makes you reserved. So I don't know if that has something to do with it, but skill set wise, it looks good, man. It looks like he has the tools.
1997, did you say?
Shut up, Sean.
Umar was born in 1996.
I tell you what, he's been very sharp. He throws good. I mean, all the kicking is very, very impressive. He's not really setting that up with his hands, not letting his hands go at all. I think if he was facing a kid that had good transition skills and he threw that many kicks, he's probably going to end up on his back. The guy could time that and take him down. Sidamar doesn't seem to have that ability to really make that transition. He can stand and trade with him, and he's comfortable here on his back. But what about if you see Nurmagomedov on his back? How would he operate there? I would love to see that.
I agree. And Sidamar also, if he was offering more offense, I guarantee you we would see more out of Umar, because we look in these grappling exchanges when Sidamar is in the place where he's comfortable and he's throwing up these attacks, Umar is engaging with him in them, and he's winning these transitions. I'd like to see that on the feet. He probably needs someone to push him standing versus someone he can control.
Final 10 seconds of this featured bantamweight bout. Umar Nurmagomedov will finish on top. So, the official decision coming, but an impressive performance from a kid who's already 10-0. Randy Couture, Eve Edwards, and I'm Sean O'Connell, cage side, and those are our Cageonomics final fight stats. You know, I wasn't counting the kicks as we watched that fight unfold, but man, almost 100 thrown between these two competitors. Umar Nurmagomedov was able to find himself inside the guard of Sidamar and Honorio several times in this fight, landed some ground and pound. Just more active in the striking, both standing and on the ground for Umar. We have an official decision coming from Lillian Garcia inside the PFL Smart Cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges scored the bout 30-27. For your winner by unanimous decision, Umar
No surprise there. 10-0 at 23 years of age, now 11-0 at 23 years of age. Still to come on ESPN Plus. Max Grishin is back. Randy's looking forward to that one. Also, the Olympian Ali Isaev takes on heavy-hitting Seumanutafa out of Samoa. And it's an elimination bout in the heavyweight division. Baldrin Istrefi against Mo Muscle. More light heavyweight action. Satoshi Ishii will close out the night against Jared Rosholt. Another Olympian, this one a gold medalist in judo. He's now representing Croatia, formerly with Japan, and last year's finalist, Vinny Magalhaes, in a win-or-go-home scenario on ESPN+. As I said, it's an elimination bout at heavyweight. Istrefi versus this man, Mo Muscle, Muhammad Dereese. Dereese is coming off his first loss as a professional, and now he's ready to lay it all on the line.
Well, you know, it's an elimination fight, so, you know, we're coming out swinging. My opponent's going to come out swinging. I'm coming out swinging. Both of us want finishes to secure our spot in the playoffs. You know, it's going to be an exciting fight. You know, we're going to give the fans something they need to watch. And I'm hungry. You know, my kids, my family, you know, we need this. We need this opportunity to make it to the playoffs, to get that shot at that $1 million. So, you know, I'm going to leave it all in the cage. You know, there's no tapping out. I'm either asleep or something's going to break. There's no just giving up. You know, you're going to have to pull me out of there if I lose, or pull him out of there if I win. You know, we're putting it all on the line.
So it's win or go home for Mo Muscle, and it's win or go home for Mr. International. Valentin Istrefi looking for points and a spot in the heavyweight playoffs when we return. More heavyweight action, a true elimination bout. It's win or go home as each of these men carries 0 points into the regular season bout tonight. Mohamed Dereese from the United States. Valentin Istrefi is from everywhere in Europe. Here's our heavyweight standings. Denis Goltsov secured the #1 seed earlier tonight with an impressive performance over Kelvin Tiller, but the mama's boy still has 6 points and a spot inside the playoffs. There's Mo Muscle, Randy. Mohamed Dereese coming off his first loss. How do you bounce back from something like that?
Well, I mean, he's got 6 weeks to recover, look at his mistakes, see what he can do better there, but he's got to get ready for a brand new opponent and figure out how to solve that problem. So that's never an easy thing, but I think he's settled behind that. It doesn't matter now. What he's got to do now is go out and score points and make it to the playoffs.
Mr. International Eve in Liechtenstein now. He's got Macedonian roots. He's been in Switzerland. And he's got to get a win tonight.
He's from all over, and he's got to get a win here in Atlantic City tonight. I mean, he was 1-1 last season, but he made it to the playoffs, but he didn't show up due to injury. He's got to win tonight to get back into the playoffs, and then we'll see him in October in Las Vegas.
So how do they stack up on the tape? Mo Muscle weighed in at 246 pounds. Istrefi at 244. 4-inch reach advantage for Mr. International. 6'3" versus 6 foot for Mohamed Dereese. Lilian Garcia gets the heavyweights going inside the PFL Smart Cage.
We are back to league action with a fight in the heavyweight division. This is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Just make sure you go to geico.com to get your quote today. Fighting out of the blue corner, he is a wrestler standing at 6 feet tall, weighing in officially 246 pounds. He has a professional record of 7 victories and 1 defeat. Fighting out of Titusville, Florida, here is Mohamed Mo Muscle Dereese. His opponent fighting out of the red corner, he is a kickboxer, standing at 6'3", weighing in officially at 244 pounds. In 16 professional bouts, he has a record of 13 victories and 3 defeats. Fighting out of Dressenberg, Liechtenstein, here is the Beast, Valdrin Istrefi. Your referee in charge, Bill Bookwalter.
Mohamed Dereese in the silver trunks, Valentin Istrefi out of the red corner in the blue. True elimination bout, win or go home. The dream for $1 million and a championship either stays alive or ends tonight.
Dereese said he wants to test his boxing skills early. He feels like he can get to the body of Istrefi. That Istrefi keeps his elbows out when he throws his punches, and that's going to allow him to get to his body. If he gets in trouble, I guarantee he's going to use his wrestling background.
Twice we've seen Mohamed Dereese already test that big overhand right. There's the first attempt at maybe closing the distance for a shot, shrugged off by Istrefi. Leg kick from Mohamed Dereese. Spinning kick from Valentin Istrefi. Showing some agility, the big man.
Let him go. He goes the body too.
Body kick. Sneaks under the elbow. There's another big overhand right. This one used to close the distance. Istrefi circles off the cage.
Nice inside leg kick.
Take a look inside the blue corner of Mo Muscle.
Step in, you stalk him. Set those punches up. Set him up. Drop it on him. Good, you got to counter off of it, Mo. Counter off of it. Let him go. Again.
Corner calling for Mo Dereese to let the hands go. He's got to close distance if he's going to do that against the taller Istrefi, and there's a shot to the body.
That's it, let him go.
Cup check.
That one landed squarely on the cup. Mo Dereese will take his time and recover on the replay. No doubt about that one. It'll be a warning, inadvertent in those open stances. Mo Dereese.
Istrefi's denying that one.
Mo Dereese will be awarded up to 5 minutes of recovery time here.
I wouldn't call it awarded. That hurts.
Will be granted up to 5 minutes.
You didn't win anything just now.
Mo Muscle says he's ready to go, and back at it with 3 minutes left. Immediately, Istrefi charges forward. And
there's
a big right
shot.
hand lands. Ground and pound from Mo Muscle. Istrefi in big trouble, and that's enough. 6 points for Mohamed Dereese. Bounces back from his lone career professional mixed martial arts loss with 6 points and a spot in the PFL playoffs.
Interesting, Istrefi comes out hard, a bit reckless, and it costs him. He gets caught with a good right hand.
He kind of woke up the sleeping giant there in Mohamed Dereese, said, if you're going to come at me like that, I'm going to come right back at you. He's an athlete. He showed us his quickness last season in a showcase bout. He looked decent against Kelvin Tiller in his first bout of this season before succumbing to the submission. And here it is.
Right on the top of the head, the big overhand right. He's been looking for that all night. When he landed it and Istrefi went down, Mohamed Dereese just turned it on, stepped over, stood above him, and just dropped bombs on him until the ref steps in and gives him the 6 points.
A quick 6, we like to call that here in the Professional Fighters League. The elated Mo Muscle celebrating with his corner. 6 points and a spot in the playoffs. We'll make it official when we return on ESPN+. Back at it. There's our Cageonomics final fight stats. The ground strikes finishing it off for Dereese. He landed 8 out of 12. He only needed 3 punches. That big overhand right was good enough to put Istrefi down.
That caught Istrefi right on the top of the head, set him back on his heels and to his seat, and he followed it up with some great ground and pound to finish it out.
Lillian Garcia has the official call inside the smart cage.
Fight fans, the stoppage comes officially at 2 minutes and 6 seconds into round number 1. Your winner by knockout and earning 6 points in the heavyweight division and clinching a spot in the playoffs, Dereese.
The athleticism on display there. That's a big man. That's 245 pounds doing a standing backflip. Woo! Explosive. Dereese in the heavyweight standings, good enough to slide in to second place, at least for now. His knockout a little bit quicker than the Spartan Alex Nicholson's earlier. Excellent stoppage and a huge bounce back from his first career loss as a professional. Caroline has our winner inside the cage.
Thanks, Sean. I'm here with Mo Muscle. After the first loss of your professional career, you come back, you get the TKO, the knockout. How does that feel?
Oh, it feels great. Atlantic City, what's up? Woo! It's your boy Mo Muscle holding it down, round for round, pound for pound, in and out of your town. You know who had a crown. That's how it go down. It feels amazing.
Wow, well, the speed of your punch was amazing. 22.9 miles per hour, which dropped to stress, and you followed up with the punches. Talk us through that. What are watching?
Oh, you know, I was trying to find my range. The guy has a great range, great reach. I tried to figure it out. He pissed me off when he kicked me in the nuts. You know what I'm saying? So after that, I said, forget it, I'm walking in. And he did me a favor, he ran at me. So I said, okay, you want to get in my range? Let's do this, let's dance. And I'm the better dancer, so.
Well, after your last loss, you said you learned a lot from that fight. What do you feel you learned that you put into action tonight?
Oh, man, I learned a lot, man. That fight, I was dominating the fight as well. I slipped up. I worked on that defense. You know, be a little patient. I was running rush to get the finish. So this time I was a little more patient, finding my opening, and he started feeling himself because he landed a couple little weak leg shots, and now I made him pay for it.
Well, number 2 in the standings as of now with those 6 points. You've got yourself through to the playoffs. What'd you go away and do now?
Oh, man, let's get ready for Halloween in Vegas, man. We'll go back and see my family. I love you, Malik, JoJo, Aria, Danielle, all the comparos that came out to show me support. Bobby, Alyssa, Blake, Kyle, everybody that showed up. I love you. I love my coaches. I love God. Thank you very much.
Well, we hope you see more of those backflips in Las Vegas. Best of luck with your preparation and congratulations tonight.
All right, thank you. Thank you, PFL. Thank you, fans. Thank you, everybody in my corner. I love you.
Mo Muscle, back to you, Sean.
Thank you, Caroline. Mo Muscle, Dereese, for now in second place, but definitively in the playoffs with a statement victory over Valter Istrefi. There's Mokhnatkin. He's coming up in light heavyweight action, and it'll be Russia versus Russia. Maxime Grishin, kind of a dark horse, maybe contender if you ask me. He's big, he's a southpaw, he's long, and we'll see him next. I'm Sean O'Connell. Last year I fought for and won the PFL Light Heavyweight Championship. This year I'm back as the play-by-play announcer, and I get to interview my favorite fighter, me. Sean,
I can't
how do you
believe
think this interview going
What,
so far?
that Sean O'Connell's interviewing himself again?
You are a truly gifted fighter.
No, I can't believe how easy it was to save hundreds of dollars on my car insurance with Geico.
I can tell you have a real eye for talent.
Those O'Connells can do it all.
Believe it. Geico could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
A reminder, the 2019 PFL playoffs begin Friday, October 11th, live from the Mandalay Bay Event Center in Las Vegas, Nevada, baby. We'll feature the women's lightweight division with two-time Olympic gold medalist Kayla Harrison and the men's welterweights with 2018 PFL champion Magomed Karimov. Fight twice, win twice for a shot at $1 million.
Sean, I can't wait for the playoffs, and I hope that I don't see that commercial in the playoffs because you keep getting paid, and me and Randy are sitting here just getting mad.
Cashing checks every time it's played.
Got all that mailbox money coming.
Woo! Royalties, baby. Light heavyweight bout coming up. Mikhail Mokhnatkin and Maxim Grishin, an international combat sambo champion, and a guy with 37 pro mixed martial arts fight in Maxim Grishin. Here's our light heavyweight standings so far. Emiliano Sordi knocked out Bozogit Ataev in the first round earlier tonight on ESPN2. He slides into the #1 spot. Bozogit, on the strength of his victory in his first bout of the season, has 6 points and a spot in the playoffs. And Jordan Johnson recovered from the lone loss of his MMA career with a bounce-back decision win tonight, securing himself a spot in the playoffs. Randy, Mikhail Mokhnatkin, I told you about his sambo credentials. What does he got to do to win tonight against Grishin?
Well, this is interesting. Both these guys are long. They both like to control that distance very, very well. We haven't seen either of these guys on the ground. If I'm Mokhnatkin, I'm going to close the distance on Maxim Grishin and put him on his back and see how he operates from down there. We'll see if he takes that advice, but it's going to be interesting.
Eve, one of the most intriguing guys in the light heavyweight division is Maxim Grishin. He's huge, he's long, he's very experienced.
Very experienced, very tough, and has a high fight IQ. He has not lost the fight inside the PFL cage. He made it to the playoffs last year, lost by criteria to Seumanutafa in the playoffs. He lost the first round in a draw, so I'm looking forward to seeing him get back to the playoffs, but he's got to get through Mokhnatkin to do so.
Here's our tail of the tape presented by Cage Muscle. 3.5-inch leg reach advantage for the slightly taller Maxim Grishin. He's 6 years older and far more experienced as a mixed martial arts pro. We'll see how it plays out tonight as Lillian Garcia gets the light heavyweights going.
Next up, we have a Russia versus Russia matchup in the light heavyweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He specializes in combat sambo, standing at 6'2", weighing in at 206 pounds. He has a professional record of 11 victories, 4 defeats, and 2 draws, with 8 wins by stoppage. Fighting out of St. Petersburg, Russia, here is Mikhail Mokhnatkin. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a kickboxer, standing at 6'3", weighing in at 206 pounds. He has a professional record of 29 victories, 7 defeats, and 1 draw, with 14 wins by knockout. Fighting out of Tamblov Oblast, Russia, here is Maxim Grishin. Your referee in charge is Bill Bookwalter.
Bill Bookwalter, the third man inside the cage in this Russia versus Russia matchup. Maxim Grishin in the gold trunks, Mikhail Mokhnatkin in the silver.
He said, "Davai, let's go."
Orthodox for Grishin, southpaw for Mokhnatkin, who explores a kick and a left hand. Inside leg kick from Grishin.
Big right head kick by Grishin, but parried very, very nice by Mokhnatkin.
Eve, when you're in the open stance like this with two big, tall guys, what do you expect in the striking exchanges?
I expect both these guys.
Oh, big right hand! Grishin sneaks a right hand through and Mokhnatkin goes down.
That's what I expect, Sean. Big right hand.
Wow, caught him right on the chin.
Man, he slept him on the way down. He was out.
That is the fourth first-round knockout of the night here in Atlantic City. And that's similar to what we saw last season in Max Grishin's first bout. The right hand sneaks through and puts Mikhail Mokhnatkin down. 6 points, a quick 6 for Maxime Grishin. We'll make it official when we come back. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Eve Edwards back cage side in Atlantic City. Eve, walk me through this one.
Well, you asked me what I expect to see, but Grishin didn't give me a chance to say. You expect to see that right hand lead when that open stance. That's what you want to fire. That takes away the jab, or that replaces the jab when you stand in that open stance. Two long strikers from the outside. But I don't know, Maxime Grishin just doesn't like to hear me talk because he just fires that punch off too quick, gets Mokhnatkin out of there, and secured his playoff berth.
Interesting to me, watch Grishin switch his feet as he throws that right hand. And I don't know if that added more power, where the timing was perfect. It caught him right on the button.
Mokhnatkin out on the way down. Bill Buckwalter intervenes, saves him from any more punishment, and Maxime Grishin snags 6 points. Lillian Garcia makes it official inside the PFL Smart Cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 48 seconds into round number 1. Your winner by knockout and earning 6 points in the lightweight division and also clinching a spot in the playoffs, Maxime Grishin.
Quick work by Maxime Grishin and 6 points. He'll slide into second place in our light heavyweight standings. Emiliano Sordi still the top of the table. Bozagit Ataev still in third. Jordan Johnson now to fourth. And Sigi Pesaleli with the victory by Maxime Grishin now secures a playoff spot with his walkover victory and 3 points. We'll see how the rest of it shakes out with more action coming up. That's how it stands at light heavyweight. More heavyweight action when we come back. There's Ali Isaev, the former Olympian, and his opponent, the hard-hitting Carl Seumanutafa, representing Samoa. Recently moved to Vegas. He's training there now. So a little more USA versus Russia action.
This presentation of the PFL on ESPN Plus is presented by Presidente. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Caged Muscle, ultra-premium sports nutrition supplements to fuel your performance. And by SeatGeek, score the best deals on tickets.
Back in heavyweight action in Atlantic City, it'll be Ali Isaev representing the Dagestan contingent versus Seumanutafa. Bad water, he calls himself. The Samoan striker who now lives in Las Vegas, Nevada, via the Bay Area. Both of those men searching for points in our heavyweight standings, and here's how they stand right now. Denis Goltsov snagged the #1 spot. You just saw Mo Muscle here on ESPN Plus with a really nasty first-round TKO. Alex Nicholson did the same thing earlier on ESPN2, and the Mama's boy Kelvin Tiller still has 6 points from his first fight and the submission victory. Francimar Barroso got 2 decision victories in his 2 regular season fights. That's good enough for 6 points and a clinched spot in the upcoming playoffs. Earlier tonight in heavyweight action, Alex Nicholson and Tuinei-Wily, and the right hand ended the evening for the former University of Utah football player. Alex Nicholson establishing himself at heavyweight.
Beautiful overhand right, follows through right to some savage ground and pound. Referee, rightly so, stepping in to stop that one.
The Spartan Eve back to the winning ways. He's a streaky guy. And here, Kelvin Tiller really just could not figure out the distance against Denis Goltsov.
Yeah, no, he couldn't. Goltsov landed the big jab from outside. Just kept sticking him with it. And Tiller did come back in the second round, landed some leg kicks, landed a takedown. But from the outside, Goltsov was just too much. So Tiller did shoot the takedown, got reversed though. That combat sambo experience just really played part of this fight. And he got to that mounted position after that sweep, looked for that Ezekiel choke, finished with it, and now he's sitting at top, and he's the guy everybody's gunning for in the playoffs.
That was the heavyweights from earlier on ESPN2. And now inside of the cage, Randy, Carl Seumanutafa actually had a full camp for this fight. Will it make a difference?
Well, I think it'll make a difference. Certainly in his conditioning and how he feels, his confidence going in after a full camp will make a huge difference. Obviously, he's a jiu-jitsu guy. We'll see if that comes into play here. He's facing an Olympic wrestler from Azerbaijan, so I'm not sure he's going to get a chance on top of this guy, but he may get a chance underneath him to work his jiu-jitsu from there.
He's a black belt in jiu-jitsu under Jake Shields, but he's got 11 knockouts, Carl Seumanutafa. And Ali Isaev, he's 5-0 and has an Olympic wrestling career to his credentials.
Yeah, and that Olympic wrestling background gives him so much confidence. He loves to strike, though. He has 2 knockouts to his record, and we look at his last fight, and he has the most strikes landed in a single fight this season, 138. That's a high output percentage, and he's just going to have to do that tonight against the tough Seumanutafa.
Here's our cage muscle tail of the tape. Despite the fact that he is the shorter man by 2 inches, Carl Seumanutafa with a 3-inch reach advantage. Lillian Garcia gets the heavyweights going inside the PFL cage.
We are back with more action in the heavyweight division, and this is presented to you by SeatGeek. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he specializes in jiu-jitsu, standing at 6'1", weighing in at 265 pounds. In 22 professional bouts, he has a record of 12 victories and 10 defeats, with 11 wins by knockout. Fighting out of Samoa, here is Carl Badwater Seumanutafa. His opponent fighting out of the red corner. His background is in wrestling, standing at 6'3", weighing in officially 263 pounds. He has an undefeated record of 5-0 and was a 2008 Olympian. Fighting out of Dagestan, Russia, here is Ali Isaev. Your referee in charge, Gary Copeland.
Isaev in the blue trunks, Carl Seumanutafa out of Samoa in the silver. Winner go home scenario for Carl Seumanutafa. Isaev already holds 3 points, but wants a top seed in the playoffs. He's a prohibitive betting favorite if you're wagering on this fight.
Oh, big front kick. Isaev.
Seven league fights so far tonight. 5 stoppages and 4 first-round stoppages. So the winner-go-home scenarios have incentivized a lot of action so far. We'll see if it spells the same for Carl Seumanutafa, who finds himself with his back against the wall. The spinning wheel kick just misses for Ali Isaev. Not his last outing, but the one before that, he actually finished in the first round with a knockout with that exact same technique.
That is not something you see many freestyle Olympic wrestlers do.
Yeah.
I started to think he was an Olympic Taekwondo specialist.
He represented Azerbaijan in the 2008 Olympics, lost to the eventual champion, who then had his gold medal stripped for doping. So Isaev feels like it's not necessarily an accurate representation of his wrestling credentials, having lost to what was deemed to be a dirty competitor. Feeling out process, long and extended here. Management of the distance there by Ali Isaev. Right hand misses for Carl Seumanutafa. Inside leg kick from Isaev.
I'm looking at Seumanutafa. I want to feel him out too and figure out where he's coming from, because you got 11 knockouts. That's a lot of power.
It's always interesting to me when we talk to fighters to get to know how they see themselves. Single leg attempt, head outside.
Guillotine attempt by Seumanutafa. He's got it in pretty deep.
But he does not have the legs or the hips. He grabbed one there for Ali Isaev.
Had the half guard with his legs. Isaev tried to clear and get to cross-side position.
But Isaev does have that arm in there, so that arm in guillotine is a little bit harder from half guard, because Seumanutafa is going to have to get on his right hip. He wants to put the pressure, he wants to drive his right shoulder towards the right hip.
Great work by our cameraman there. You see Ali Isaev, the face purpling a little bit. He's having to fight hands. That's tight enough to cause him some serious distress here.
So the right arm, forearm is on the one carotid artery of Isaev. The Seumanutafa doesn't have any on that other carotid, so oxygen and blood are still getting to his brain. It's tough to choke him out from there. Just like Isaev can roll him to the other hip and create that pressure on the other carotid artery to get the choke.
Isaev pops the head out, and now Seumanutafa finds himself on the receiving end of some hammer fists.
Keep him clean, brother.
Ground and pound from Ali Isaev.
Catch that ear. You're good.
Big punches from the top. Isaev showing nasty intent on every punch. 90 seconds left as Isaev steps to the mount.
And the arm is trapped. And now he's looking for the head and arm.
Arm triangle. Slides off so he can flatten his hips out.
This is a bad spot for Seumanutafa.
Seumanutafa gives a thumbs up to the referee, says he's fine, but it's getting tighter and tighter. 1 minute left in round number 1. 6 points on the line for Ali Isaev as he tries to secure this choke. And he'll go to work with some punches instead. Referee repeatedly warning Ali Isaev to keep the punches in the ground and pound clean, keep him on the ear. Punches to the back of the head are not allowed.
Traditional wrestling headlock position here. Steps over the arm.
This is bad. This is an Americana position that Isaev can hit.
He's got to get the left hand of Isaev, excuse me, of Seumanutafa under the leg. He gets out. Inside of 20 seconds here, Carl Seumanutafa riding out the round, weathering the storm on his back after that failed guillotine choke attempt. Round 2 when we return in heavyweight action.
Tuck that in, whatever's in front of your shorts. See that little thing on front of
Well, there's the big right hand attempt, and then Ali Isaev on the outside single. Randy, this was a long, protracted guillotine attempt.
It was, and when you don't have it, you have to realize you need to either make adjustments and get both carotids cut off, or let it go, or you're just spending arm energy. Brutal ground and pound here by Isaev.
He got right to work there. They'll start round 2 on the feet. Carl Seumanutafa in the silver trunks, Ali Isaev in the blue. Isaev in control there in round number 1, and the spinning kick again.
Just keeping him honest with it.
Isaev's combination in that first takedown on the first round was really nice. A little left inside kick, overhand right, follow it right to that double leg. There's a combination I used a lot.
Big punches, again an entry from Ali Isaev.
Be careful with the neck, be careful with the neck. Focus, just like that, behind the back. Well done. Pull him, pull his leg. Don't rush, don't rush. Do your business, you in control. Watch your neck. Be careful with the neck.
Keep the neck. Keep the neck. Keep the neck.
Rashid Magomedov there in the corner of his cousin Ali Isaev. Rashid was a finalist last season. Once again, Carl Seumanutafa attempts to grab the neck as he goes down. Isaev plants him on his back again in half guard.
Seumanutafa going to that deep half guard tells me he's looking for a sweep. That's going to be very hard against an Olympic level wrestler.
What do you have to do to get it? I mean, do you move back to this left side? Do you compromise position? How do you make a guy like Isaev elevate his hips?
Seumanutafa's got to get his hips beneath Isaev's hips. He's got to scoot to his right. Seumanutafa has to scoot to his right, and that's going to load Isaev's hips on top of him.
He gave up the underhook to defend his face from the left hands raining down from Ali Isaev. More left hand work from Ali Isaev on top.
Okay, this hand position that Seumanutafa has, he needs to keep that and push that arm all the way down in this direction. Keep this space that he has here with this leg so that he can start working to get back.
The referee stands them up. Ali Isaev not putting in enough work on top, according to our referee. Carl Seumanutafa once again tries to walk things down. High kick attempt from Seumanutafa glances off the shoulder of Ali Isaev. Isaev has put in a lot of work here, maybe showing a little bit more heavy breathing. Fatigue going to be a factor here, Randy?
Oh, nice kick by Seumanutafa.
Takes the legs out from under the Olympian Ali Isaev.
Brutal leg kick. He should go to that well a little more often.
Now he finds himself back in a clinch situation. Pressed up against the cage. Got to feel like this is the wheelhouse for an Olympic freestyle wrestler.
Seumanutafa doing a good job of using that wizard, trying to get hand control, keep his balance, use that fence as his friend to hold him up.
Ankle pick.
Once again, Ali Isaev drags his opponent to the ground, drapes himself this time over the back of Carl Seumanutafa, makes the Samoan fighter carry his weight. Knees to the buttocks there. We saw this earlier in the night to the body. Those ones to the big muscle groups in your butt and your legs, Eve. You told me that those can really pay dividends later in a fight.
They do. It's like free leg kicks. You know, I don't understand why more people don't use that tactic, because it's just like landing a leg kick, and it's very, very difficult to defend against.
Workman-like performance here from Ali Isaev in round number 2, smothering Carl Seumanutafa, who appears to be relaxed. Maybe too relaxed, Randy?
Maybe he needs a little more energized, get a little fire in him and really turn it up a little bit.
Speaking of Olympians, that man there, Satoshi Ishii, will be our final heavyweight fight of the night. He's a gold medalist from Japan, now representing Croatia in Professional Fighters League. 10 seconds left here in round number 2. It's been all Ali Isaev so far. Still 4 points on the line when we return on ESPN+.
Back over your corner. Let's go! Blue, get over your corner. Let's go. Let's go.
Ice spillage in the corner there of Ali Isaev, Rashid Nurmagomedov.
That's good enough.
Trying to clean things up. Our referee will make sure
Back up.
there's no slip
Third, final round. You ready?
risk.
Third, final round. You ready, Blue? Fight.
Seumanutafa really needs to turn it up. He's got to raise his energy level and really try to put something on.
Tries a lead hook there. Maybe stepped a little bit funny. Head kick attempt there from Ali Isaev. A smile from the representative from Dagestan, Isaev. Leg kick misses there. Carl Seumanutafa's corner is telling him, make him come to you.
He's got to do that with the jab. The jab is the first question that you should ask, especially when you're in the same lead stance. Throw that jab. It's going to give Isaev some opportunities to look to move forward, or let Seumanutafa fire that leg kick that he's been successful with.
Isaev is talking to him a little bit out there. I'm not sure what they're saying.
I think it might be a response. I think Seumanutafa trying to goad Ali Isaev into a little bit of action. And there's that jab that Eve was calling for, but Carl Seumanutafa does not follow it up with anything. Isaev retreating here. There's a leg kick. 3.5 minutes left here in round number 3. Carl Seumanutafa in a win or go home scenario here.
I think Isaev is content. He knows he's up 2 rounds. I think he's content to just hang out and coast this third round out.
It might not be the most exciting approach, but it is a decent strategy if you're just looking for the victory here. A victory would be enough, I believe, to get Isaev into a secure playoff spot. Carl Seumanutafa, the onus, Eve, is on him, is it not, to push the pace here and get a finish?
Absolutely, because Isaev can be looking at this like, you know, I've got this 2 in the bag. I can go home and not be hurt and train all the way through to the playoffs. Seumanutafa, though, he's got to press forward. He's got to throw that jab, get himself inside range, and put something behind it. Flash that knee, fire the uppercut, because Isaev is probably going to change levels and attack the legs.
Round 3 halfway gone between these two heavyweights. Still 4 points on the line for a finish. Spinning wheel kick again. That one partially landed at least.
One more time. Go with the rear. You have to. Don't go back. Go away. It's wet here. Move away. Move away. Just like that. Well done. From the left. From the left. Combination. Start with legs, not with arms. You have to work yourself, Ali. You have to work.
Again, his cousin, a finalist from season 1, is his main corner there. Ali Isaev being encouraged to stay out of the corner where the ice was spilled. Inside of 2 minutes now, they're still pressing for a finish in the red corner. Takedown attempt here. Nearly knocks down one corner of the cage.
Stress test the cage on that one. Big double leg. Pretty decent sprawl. No real follow through or second attempt. Isaev.
Great balance by the cameraman, not falling back onto our broadcast table when these two behemoths hit his pillar.
If he fell on you, you could get yourself another Geico insurance check.
You're sounding bitter now, Eve.
Now there's a second effort from Isaev.
Seumanutafa has reached over and grabbed a double wrist lock. Can he pull it out? This Kimura looking to isolate the arm. Isaev doing the right thing here, grabbing the inside of his thigh. Seumanutafa talking to Ali Isaev, trying to step over, give himself some more leverage on that arm. 30 seconds left.
Ali Isaev recognizes that he is in a little bit of danger, so what does he do? He stops punching, locks his hands. Now that's going to be very difficult to break. So 2 big, powerful men, but that grip is very hard to break in this position.
A Hail Mary submission attempt here in the final seconds by Carl Seumanutafa, but Ali Isaev is able to neutralize. An interesting performance from the Olympian, Randy.
Showed some great takedowns, good second efforts to secure those takedowns and get the big man on the ground and just control him from the top position.
Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, Eve Edwards, cage side, and those are the Cageonomics final fight stats. And when you're talking about a fight with an Olympic wrestler, oftentimes you look at that bottom number. What did the takedowns look like? And Ali Isaev got 4 of them And that was really, I think, the story in this fight, Randy.
That was absolutely the telltale story in this fight. The freestyle Olympian was able to secure those takedowns. The second effort, good head outs, set them up well, followed through well. Second effort, secured those against a big guy. But that was different, for sure.
To his credit, he also did outstrike Carl Seumanutafa. Ali Isaev, the heavyweight representative from our Dagestan contingent. Here's a replay, Eve. The spinning wheel kick.
This is the one that partially landed. Boom. If those hands weren't up, that would have been all heel to the jaw. And like I said, Samoans are tough, but I don't know if anybody can withstand one of those from a band as big as Ali Isaev.
Lillian Garcia has the official decision inside the PFL Smart Cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. And the totals are 30-27, 30-27, 29-28. All for your winner by unanimous decision, earning 3 points in the heavyweight division, Ali Isaev.
3 more points for Ali Isaev, winner by unanimous decision. And that puts him, at least for now, at 5th in the heavyweight standings. Right above Francimar Barroso and just behind Kelvin Tiller. Rashid Yusupov looking to continue his win streak at light heavyweight. He'll take on another Russian in Viktor Nemkov, who carries 3 points into this bout. At light heavyweights when we come back. A view from the boardwalk of Ocean Casino Resort, tonight hosting Professional Fighters League light heavyweights and heavyweights in our final regular season bout here in 2019. Up next, it'll be 2 Russians squaring off, Viktor Nemkov and Rashid Yusupov. Actually, this is a rematch. They met 3 years ago under the M1 Global banner in their native Russia. That fight was a win for Rashid Yusupov. We'll see how it plays out tonight. Our light heavyweight standings look like this right now. Emiliano Sordi snagged the #1 overall seed earlier this evening with an impressive knockout victory. We saw Maxime Grishin just a couple of fights ago with a quick stoppage win. That slides him into 2nd place. Yusupov and Nemkov currently holding 3 points each, and they're sitting down there at 7 and 8. The winner could potentially clinch. Randy, there's Viktor Nemkov. He lost the first time these guys matched up 3 years ago.
He's a solid performer. Again, a ton of combat sambo experience. For those who don't know what combat sambo is, it's a combative sport where they wear a gi like judo, where they wear wrestling shoes and a singlet. They wear gloves they can hit, but they also do all the submission skills that we're used to seeing in MMA. Very, very competitive sport in Russia.
He's got 12 submissions to his credit, does Viktor Nemkov, and a brother who's a pretty formidable fighter himself. And Rashid Yusupov came in with a lot of hype last season, and He broke his jaw in a fight with Rakim Cleveland. We didn't really get to see much of Rashid Yusupov.
We didn't. He came in as one of the favorites to make it into the playoffs and possibly win the championship. But that broken jaw took him out. Came back in his last fight, looked a little tentative, looked a little hesitant, but that's usually what happens when you come back after a big injury like that. I think he's been in there once. He's going to be real comfortable. We should see a different and more open Rashid Yusupov tonight.
It's Russia versus Russia, and our tail of the tape tells us that Rashid Yusupov has a 4-inch reach advantage when it comes to the legs and the kicks. Everything else is identical except for the age. 5 years the senior is Viktor Nemkov of the young Dagestani Rashid Yusupov. Lillian Garcia starts off more light heavyweight action.
Fight fans, we continue the action in the light heavyweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He specializes in combat sambo, standing at 6'1" and weighing in at 206 pounds. In 34 professional bouts, this veteran has a record of 27 victories and 7 defeats with 12 wins by submission. Fighting out of Star-Oskol, Russia, here is Viktor Nemkov. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a wrestler, standing at 6'1" and weighing in at 206 pounds. In 12 professional bouts, he has a record of 11 victories, 1 defeat with 7 wins by stoppage. Fighting out of Dagestan, Russia, here is Rashid Yusupov. Your referee in charge, Gasper Oliver.
3 5-minute rounds of light heavyweight action. 3 points apiece for Rashid Yusupov in the gold trunks and Viktor Nemkov in the silver.
Ready? Ready? Fight! Nemkov's had the fastest strike of the season at 30 miles, 30.6 miles per hour.
Southpaw stance for Yusupov, orthodox for Viktor Nemkov. Nemkov is much more the submission specialist in this one. Feels competent in his striking, but Yusupov, that's really where he butters his bread. So I'll be interested to see if Nemkov tries to dive on a takedown, close the distance, grab a clinch, something like that.
Nemkov with 12 submission wins.
Eve, I mentioned the fact that these two squared off 3 years ago, a victory for Yusupov. What kind of an advantage, or maybe even disadvantage, is something like that, a previous matchup?
You know, the advantage is for the guy that lost, in my opinion. Why? Because he knows the things that he has to fix. He knows the options that have been taken away from him and what he has to do to improve upon them. The winner thinks that he can just come back and do the same thing. And if you don't improve your skill set, I mean, you're just leaving the door open because the guy knows exactly what you can do.
Already an improvement here from Viktor Nemkov, who catches a kick and dumps Rashid Yusupov to his back. Now working inside the open guard of the Dagestan fighter.
And the guy that lost the first fight, I mean, he wants it back. You know what that's like.
Yusupov kicks up and gets back to his feet. Back to work they go in the center of the smart cage. There's Vinny Magalhaes in his locker room, stretching, warming up. He finds himself surprisingly in a win-or-go-home scenario tonight against Rakim Cleveland. That's coming up later on ESPN+. Front kick misses there for Rashid Yusupov. Right kick lands for Nemkov. Nice hook there from Viktor Nemkov. A jab from Rashid Yusupov. Nice back and forth in the striking exchanges here. But they're single shots right now, Eve. I feel like building a combination is going to be important for both of these guys.
Yeah, you want to throw punches in combination because that lets you find and create openings. Rashid Yusupov is comfortable throwing combinations, and I'd like to see him open up. But as a southpaw facing the orthodox guy, you want to lead with that left hand a lot often. I don't see him doing that too much yet.
He's actually landing that jab, which is unusual for a guy in that stance against the orthodox fighter.
Yeah.
We saw earlier in the night, Maxim Grishin threw the lead right hand, Randy, and he switched stances. He stepped through the walk-through right hand. Victor Nemkov looks like maybe he's tested that out a couple times here.
Absolutely, he just did the exact same footwork that Maxim Grishin did earlier.
Inside leg kick misses there. Catches on the shorts a bit. There's that right hand countering the jab of Rashid Yusupov. Two right hands in a row there for Nemkov. One landed. Lead hand is down low there for Victor Nemkov, breathing heavily. Nemkov doing a good job here of managing distance here.
He is, but I feel like Yusupov is controlling the distance. He's the one pressing forward, and he's the one backing out at the right time. I want to see either one of these men, but I think Nemkov, if he leads that right hand, he's going to be getting just like that. He'll get the best of it.
He's listening to you.
And again, he throws that right hand and brings his right leg with him. It's just so counterintuitive in traditional boxing.
Yes.
A one and a two from Nemkov. Double jab.
He's got to follow that up with common.
Body
That was
kick.
deep.
Sneaks under the elbow. Rashid Yusupov searching for the liver of Victor Nemkov.
I think he found it because Nemkov felt that.
A little bit of a mark there under the left eye of Victor Nemkov as we close in on 10 seconds and misses an uppercut. An exchange to close out round number one. Interesting round number one. We'll talk about how they scored it. An interesting striking battle here in light heavyweight action. Nemkov versus Yusupov, but also the kick caught there, Yves.
Yeah, he caught the kick and used it to finish the takedown. That's exactly what you want to do when you catch that kick. You got a guy on one leg, you want to take advantage of that. And the top position is one of the best places to get a lot of points in mixed martial arts.
There's that left hand that landed on Nemkov. Yusupov landed it, and that's what probably left a mark on his left cheek.
How would you score round number one? The Cageonomics tell us that Nemkov landed more strikes. Yusupov landed a higher percentage of strikes, and of course Nemkov got that takedown, albeit brief.
It's a close round. I would score it for Nemkov because of the takedown and because of the accuracy of his punches.
I agree with that, Eve.
Another body kick there from Yusupov. One of those landed in round one. More aggression from the young Dagestani in the yellow shorts.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to suck it up and show a good face after eating a couple of those, because those body kicks hurt.
Visible damage there on the left side of Nemkov's face. He really swelled up in the corner a little bit. Nice mouse under the eye of the fighter out of Storyoshkol, Russia.
I think he just wanted to say Storyoshkol.
Storyoshkol, Russia. Try and say that 3 times fast. Not going to be the easiest thing. A lot of respect shown for the power for both of these guys, speed and power, as Yusupov searches for that lead leg kick.
A little higher pace and energy by Yusupov in this round. And I think that's got Nemkov on his heels a little bit. He's not quite as aggressive as he was in round one.
Long jab there landed, but has responded with a nice leg kick there from Victor Nemkov. There's that lead left as they're open stances and a body kick again. A little bit more glancing that time from Rashid Yusupov. Rakim Cleveland, he's up later against Vinny Magalhaes, looking for a playoff spot. One of these two guys may find themselves in a matchup with Rakim.
He's been in there with both these guys already, so I'm sure he wants one back against Nemkov, and he wants to prove that it wasn't a fluke against Yusupov.
Rakim Cleveland is the one who broke Yusupov's jaw in season 1 and knocked him out of the season.
Beautiful jab.
There's that right hand and then a left to lead it, or to follow it up, excuse me. Another right hand lead from Nemkov.
Joaquin Cleveland lost his first PFL outing this season to Nemkov in a unanimous decision. Very close fight.
Now Nemkov putting some combinations together. So rather than the classic 1-2, it's a 2-1 as he leads with the right hand and follows it up with kind of a shovel left.
And that's a great combination to throw in that open stance, the 2-1.
Inside leg kick.
It looks a little low to me, I was afraid.
Got to keep those toes pointed down to avoid the inadvertent groin strikes in the open stance. Front kick caught there, and Nemkov sends back a body kick.
This round started out with Yusupov being the aggressor and starting to edge out in front, but Nemkov is starting to come back and trying to take this round back.
He landed 2 or 3 straight right hands and really has Yusupov backing up a little bit now.
You can see there at the bottom of your screen our Cageonomics tracker and our Cageonomics totals. Razor thin margin. 26 total strikes landed for Nemkov, 22 for Yusupov. Higher percentage for the Dagestani. Nice uppercut hook combination for Nemkov there.
I love that as a counter, especially in that open stance. Somebody fires a big cross or overhand, you slip your head out of the way and fire that uppercut when their head dips.
Nice head movement there from Nemkov on the defense. And I think you're absolutely right. This round started all Yusupov, and the momentum has been seized by Victor Nemkov as we close in on 1 minute remaining. There's the right hand again.
Yeah, he's starting to get down Yusupov's timing, and he's countering him well, and he's leading and not letting Yusupov fire back.
45 seconds left here in round number 2. Potentially 5 points on the line. Each of these men carry 3 points into the bout, but looking to secure playoff spots.
When Yusupov fires first, watch how Nemkov slips, gets out of the way, and counter punches. Yusupov, if that happens one more time, Yusupov is going to have to, see, there it is. Yusupov is going to have to go to resort to some feints to get a reaction out of Nemkov first. Nemkov's got his timing down.
Catches another kick, dumps Yusupov to his back. 10 seconds left in the round. Victor Nemkov will finish round number 2 on top with some ground and pound. Round 3 when we return in light heavyweight action on ESPN+.
Three punches at the same time. Yeah, you have to strike him. You have to strike him. That's the way you work. That's the way you work.
Both corners calling for combinations in this high-paced striking battle between Victor Nemkov and Rashid Yusupov. Tell you what, round number 1 was interesting to score. Round number 2 also interesting because it started with Yusupov. I think it finished very obviously with Nemkov. The takedown maybe steals it at the end there.
I agree. I have this 2 rounds to 0 for Nemkov at this point.
Hey, I look at it like schoolyard. You know, it doesn't matter who's winning first. It matters who's winning when the teacher comes and pulls you off. And that's Nemkov in that round.
Nemkov walking down Rashid Yusupov. Each man in this fight has 3 points coming in, potentially 4 points for a third-round finish in our PFL scoring system.
Now that short break in the action, Nemkov is going to use about a minute, 30 seconds to a minute to get the timing again.
Ooh, body shot.
Nice, straight
He
right
has
to the
it.
body.
Nemkov is channeling a little Muhammad Ali out there.
Nice high pace here for Nemkov, who tries to snatch a takedown.
Double underhooks for Nemkov. See if he can pull a body lock off. Lets it go.
Down on the legs.
I don't know how many 205ers there are on the planet, Randy, that are as lean as Victor Nemkov. He's got more of that welterweight body constitution, but he's big.
He is. Tall guy, big frame, but absolutely lean. Body lock attempt there by Yusupov.
Nemkov gives him a hook on the exit. Long left hand there from Yusupov, and another kick caught by Victor Nemkov. This time Rashid Yusupov was able to fend off a sweeping leg, keep himself firmly planted.
Nemkov moving his head pretty well, keeping it out of the pocket, making it hard to hit for Yusupov.
Again, nice slip.
Just misses a knee there, does Rashid Yusupov. Remember, Victor Nemkov holds our record so far this season for fastest strike. The hand speed has come into play several times here tonight. How about the distance traveled in this fight, Eve?
Yeah, that's more than a half a mile. Imagine running a half a mile and someone punching you in the face and having to avoid it. It's not fun.
Isn't that how everyone does their marathon training?
If not, they should.
Yusupov turning it up a little bit here in round number 3. Oh, big left hand drops Victor Nemkov. He's in big trouble here. Yusupov trying to pass the legs. Nemkov recovering nicely. 2 minutes left. Victor Nemkov on his back. And Rashid Yusupov seeking some ground and pound. Quick recovery there by Victor Nemkov. He's got his whips about him and now looking for that sweep. Yusupov thinks better of it and goes down into the half guard of Victor Nemkov, who's got double underhooks.
And that quick recovery is a testament to conditioning. Because he was dropped. He was dropped on his butt and immediately his senses came back to him. That's impressive.
.90 seconds left here in this fight. Light heavyweight playoff spot potentially on the line.
So Yusupov has to be a bit active here. He's got to believe that he's down 2 rounds. I mean, if I was his corner, I would have told him he was down 2 rounds and he needs this one. He's going to have to be more active. With dropping Nemkov with that punch, he should open up and try to at least get a 10-8 round and get himself a draw out of this one.
Nemkov covers the guard, recovers the guard here. 1 minute left.
That straight left is not enough to make this a 10-8 round. He was not winning the round prior to that.
Especially with how quick that recovery was from Nemkov. Nice ground and pound there, but Yusupov ends up back in the closed guard of Victor Nemkov. Arms tied up. 30 seconds left here in this fight. 2 light heavyweights. First time they've matched up with each other in 3 years. The first time Rashid Yusupov was victorious. Nemkov reaching over for a Kimura attempt here to close out the round, perhaps.
If this fight ends, it goes to the judge's decision, I would not be surprised to hear this as a split decision with at least one 30-27.
They'll close it out this way. Yusupov on top, Nemkov on his back. How did the judges score it? That's what it all comes down to, with 3 points on the line for each of these individuals. We'll have the official Lillian Garcia's in the cage and has the official decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards, and we have a split decision. 29-28 for Nemkov, 29-28 Yusupov, and 29-28 for your winner by split decision, earning 3 points in the lightweight division, Victor Nemkov!
I got the split decision part right. I thought one of those judges was going to see that last round for Nemkov just because he was winning the early part and the knockdown didn't crush him.
Victor Nemkov, 3 more points, good enough for a total of 6. He'll slide into the 4 spots in our light heavyweight standings. Both of those guys actually just clinched a spot in the playoffs with the way that one played out. And coming up next, an elimination bout in the light heavyweight division. Vinny Magalhaes, the runner-up last season, will be hoping this fight against Rakim Cleveland goes the same way it did in last season's quarterfinals. Vinny submitted Cleveland with an impressive flying triangle Kimura. But since then, Rakim Cleveland has watched Vinny Magalhaes lose his last 2 fights by TKO. And the striker out of Texas thinks that the formula to beat the Brazilian is now clear.
I'm excited about it. I look at it as, you fool me once, you won't fool me again.
There's a triangle right in,
and he goes right into it.
And that's it. It's going to be tough to get out of this.
He showed all his cards. Showed his cards against O'Connell.
Pulls guard. Leg lock attempt here.
Went for the same takedown against Sordi.
Emiliano Sordi grabs the body lock and attempts to flip Vinny.
It just shows when he can't successfully control you on the ground, he's done. So fool me once, you won't fool me again. He pulled guard, he showed his game. That's all he has.
You know, like how people got Vinny's game figured out, all they have to do is not to go to the ground. Of course, you know, nobody's gonna beat him on the ground. That's a fact. So they just take the fights, the only place where they have a chance. It just comes down to that. So the thing is, strike is not my, you know, my A game. People know that. It doesn't mean that I couldn't beat anybody, like, you know, in that area. I've beat people like in that area. I've knocked people out. I've won like 1 point standing. So it's one of those things. People take to the only place where they have a chance. And just good for my last 2 opponents, they were able to win those fights.
I'm not worried about his striking. And honestly, I'm not worried about his ground game because I'm a different me than he fought last year in the playoffs. This next fight, this rematch with Vinny, is going to be a new page in the same book he's read his last 2 outings, but worse. And I'll guarantee you that.
The beautiful lights of the Ferris wheel out on the pier. Professional Fighters League action back in Atlantic City. One last time in 2019 at the Ocean Casino Resort. Sean O'Connell, Randy Couture, and Eve Edwards inside Ovation Hall. It's light heavyweights and heavyweights tonight. And another light heavyweight bout. Winner go home for Vinny Magalhaes. Winner go home for Rakim Cleveland. The finalist from last year did not expect himself to be in this spot, and Rakim Cleveland really wanted this rematch. Both guys getting what they wanted. There is Rakim Cleveland. And Randy, he says he's different.
You know, I love his demeanor. I think he has got his feet under him. He says it himself. He's seen what it takes. He knows he's got to avoid some certain situations with Vinny, especially early when he's dry. He's got great boxing. If he can set up his strikes, and it could be a really good night for him.
And Eve, there is Vinny Magalhaes, world-renowned jiu-jitsu practitioner. Came off a loss to Emiliano Sordi and looking to get back into the playoffs, where he was a finalist last year.
Where he came off a loss to my friend Sean O'Connell, who's making all this Geico money. But what he says is that he knows Rakim is going to try to avoid the takedown. He's going to keep him at range, and he's not going to pull guard. He says he's been working on his wrestling, so he's going to have to be offensive, chain some attacks together, and get to that top position where he needs to be in this match.
This is the second time we've seen these guys match up, and here's our tail of the tape again. Slight reach advantage in the arms for Rakim Cleveland, slight reach advantage in the legs for Vinny Magalhaes. Both are 6'3" and 205 pounds. Vinny is 5 years the senior of his opponent from the United States. Lillian Garcia gets the light heavyweights going.
Fight fans, this is the last fight in the light heavyweight division, and it's an elimination bout for the last spot in the playoffs. This is presented to you by Cage Muscle. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a boxer, standing at 6'3", weighing in 205 pounds. In 33 professional bouts, he has a record of 19 victories, 12 defeats, 1 draw, and 1 no contest, with 12 wins by knockout. Fighting out of Baytown, Texas, here is the Boogeyman, Rakim Cleveland. His opponent, fighting out of the red corner, he is a former Jiu-Jitsu world champion. Standing at 6'3", weighing in at 205 pounds, in 30 professional bouts, he has a record of 18 victories, 11 defeats, and 1 no contest. Fighting out of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, he was last season's runner-up, Pesaleli, Magalhaes. Your referee in charge, Gasper Oliver.
Gasper Oliver, our third man in the cage. Vinny Magalhaes in the golden trunks. Rakim Cleveland in the silver. Last season, Vinny pulled off a flying triangle Kimura to eliminate Rakim Cleveland from the playoffs. The southpaw Cleveland looks to explore a jab, and Vinny gets right to the striking. Oh, big left hand there on the kick. And another kick from Vinny. He loves those heavy legs. Takedown attempt from Vinny.
Shot attempt. Rakim a little left hook as Vinny tries to come up. Just like we said earlier, every time Cleveland stuffs one of those takedown attempts, he's going to get more confident and settle into his striking.
The high kick is one of Vinny's best weapons in the striking exchanges. He did finish a fight last season with that high kick.
Rakim looks confident in there.
There's a nice double, nice transition by Vinny. In deep, got under the butt and pulled Rakim down to the mat.
And now he's got Rakim Cleveland exactly where he wants him, down in his world on the mat, walking him away from the cage.
Looking for that Kimura on the far side.
Top position.
Now Rakim, in his corner, he's got Din Thomas, who's one of the best coaches out there, and he's got Brad Barnes, a BJJ black belt out of Midlands, Texas. He's a former world champion, you know, so he's confident and comfortable in this position, but he knows he doesn't want to stay here against a guy like Vinny.
Vinny working all the way around from north-south to the other side of Rakim Cleveland.
Vinny's in a crucifix position, but he's not looking for that. He's looking for the submission. Look for the arm bar here. He's going to transition all the way around to that far arm. Trying to pull it out. There's the Kimura,
out to an arm bar.
There's the tap.
The tap. Vinny Magalhaes with a submission clinic back to his winning ways. 6 points and a first-round armbar finish. for Vinny Magalhaes.
He got the takedown. He got exactly what he needed. He got on top, and that's where Vinny Magalhaes is the most dangerous, when he's on top of you.
Nice job at that level change. Used his striking, the kicking to set up that level change and doubling.
6 points, a quick 6, first round finish for Vinny Magalhaes. We'll be back with the official call when we return on ESPN+. Vinny Magalhaes with a phone call to his wife from the cage. And here's the replay, the beginning of the end for Rakim Cleveland. Randy, you talked about him setting up the takedown with that kick.
Absolutely, has to reach into that range of exchanges to be able to change levels and drive through. Rakim got in deep on that double under the butt. Let you pull those legs out as they hit the fence and pull them right down. From there, methodically just worked in the better position until he made that transition to the far side. He was trying to get the Kimura at first and then switch to the arm bar.
Quick tap there from Rakim Cleveland. Once you let Vinny Magalhaes get one of your limbs by itself, you might as well hand the dang thing over.
Yep, he's going to take it home with him if he wants.
There's the corner. So last year's finalist snags himself 6 points, and Lillian Garcia has the official call inside the PFL Smart Cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, the stoppage comes officially at 1 minute and 56 seconds into round number 1. Submission by armbar, earning 6 points in the light heavyweight division and clinching a spot in the playoffs, Vinny Magalhaes.
That is the 5th time in Professional Fighters League action Vinny Magalhaes has secured a finish in less than 2 minutes. That came at 1:56 in the first round and completes our light heavyweight playoff bracket. He will fight Rashid Yusupov. Vinny now the 3 seed, Yusupov the 6. A rematch between Maxime Grishin and Jordan Johnson down there at 2-7 from their first regular season fight. Emiliano Sordi will take on Sigi Pesaleli, and it'll be Bozagir Ataev and Victor Nemkov in the 4-5 slots. Very intriguing bracket. Caroline Pierce is inside the cage with our winner.
Thanks, Sean. Vinny, huge congratulations. Very different situation coming into the fight this year compared to your road to the playoffs last season. Did you feel any pressure?
There's always pressure. People expect me to, especially when I take to the ground, to be able to finish the fights quickly. And the last couple fights, I just spazzed out. Like I fought like white belt, you know, like going to the ground, like trying to instead of work on positions as I should, I was just trying to rush into strikes and sloppy submissions, and ended up losing those fights in a bad way. So this time I just focused on being a little more calm and bringing my best game.
You looked more patient. You were going for the Kimura, and then you took it to the armbar. Talk us through that finish.
Well, to be honest, I want to take the Kimura, but he defended really well. He tucked his elbow in really well, but then he exposed himself to the armbar. That's a good thing, you know, I see things happening. So when I felt like he defended Kimura, he just put him into my next good move, which was the armbar. So, you know, once I gave him the arm, he didn't get a tap, I'm gonna break it.
Well, talk about the relief you might feel now. You know, you have got that spot in the playoffs. You can relax a little bit, but you've got a lot of work to do. We've just seen you're going to be matched up against Yusupov in the first round in the quarterfinals. How do you feel about that?
That's actually cool. You're actually, or previously champion in a different promotion. You had a belt, I had the belt first. So now it's pretty much the title fight, kind of. So, fun fight.
And it looked like you were FaceTiming your wife at the end of the fight there. What did you say to her?
Yeah, I had to, sometimes I just think about myself, when I'm fighting, My family's been like, the biggest supporter, like my wife, my kids. So this time I had to call it.
Well, congratulations. I'm sure he's very happy. Vinny Magalhaes.
Thank you.
Back to you, Sean.
Impressive performance from the jiu-jitsu ace, Vinny Magalhaes. Good enough for the 3 seed. There's Jared Rosholt, the All-American from Oklahoma State, a wrestler taking on a judo gold medalist, Satoshi Ishii. Our final fight of the night at heavyweight, and a heavyweight spot in the playoffs on the line when we come back.
O'Connell. Last year I fought for and won the PFL Light Heavyweight Championship. This year I'm back as the play-by-play announcer, and I get to interview my favorite fighter, me. Sean,
I can't
how do you
believe
think this interview going
What,
so far?
that Sean O'Connell is interviewing himself again?
You are a truly gifted fighter.
No, I can't believe how easy it was to save hundreds of dollars on my car insurance with Geico.
I can tell you have a real eye for talent.
Those O'Connells can do it all.
Believe it. Geico could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
So let me get this straight. Is this a SAG gig?
That's
That's a
America's
SAG card now?
worst commercial.
Do I have to
Sean,
worry about my spot in the
Sean,
next
I need you.
Expendables?
Sean, I need you. Sean, I really need you to, Sean.
Yeah, I'll tell you something,
Come
Eve.
on.
I recall heading into the finals last year when you were asked your prediction on who was going to win the light heavyweight title bout.
And I said Sean O'Connell.
You said Vinny Magalhaes, and so did Randy, so neither of you clowns are getting that Geico money.
Oh, man, you won $1 million and now this Geico check. I'm upset. I'm hurt.
I'm blessed. Hashtag blessed, okay? Our final bout of the evening takes place in the heavyweight division. Satoshi Ishii and Jared Rosholt. Jared Rosholt has told us that he's contemplating retirement and that this may very well be his last run in the sport of mixed martial arts. No hard commitment on it, but it might play a factor into mentality coming into a fight like this, Randy.
I absolutely agree. I think if that's in your mind and you're worried, thinking about hanging it up, whether you're grinding out another camp or all that. Not that he's not doing the work, because he's a workhorse. He's absolutely doing the work. But with that in the back of your mind, it's got to affect you.
And look, it's a winner-go-home scenario for Jared Rosholt tonight. This is not an easy task in front of him, Eve, because he's got a judo Olympic gold medalist who's now 10 years deep into a mixed martial arts career and has shown us that he's pretty darn complete as a fighter.
Look, I was one of Satoshi Ishii's very first coaches. When he first got into mixed martial arts, he came to American Top Team, worked with him on his striking. Now he's working with Mirko Krokop. He's very confident in striking. He knows he's the better striker in this fight, but he still wants to work the takedown and work from the top position. Says if Rosholt gets the takedown, he's confident that he's going to be able to get back up and work his own game in there. So Satoshi Ishii's going in this fight with a lot of confidence. Jared Rosholt better have his head right.
Here's our cage muscle tail of the tape. Leg reach advantage goes to Jared Rosholt. 33 years old to Ishii's 32. He outweighs his opponent, does Jared Rosholt, by 16 pounds and is 4 inches taller. Lillian Garcia starts off our final heavyweight bout.
Fight fans, this is the final fight of the night, and we end in a big way with the heavyweight division. Introducing to you first, fighting out of the blue corner. He is a wrestler standing at 6'2", weighing in at 257 pounds. In 24 professional bouts, he has a record of 17 wins and 7 defeats. He was the semi-finalist in last year's heavyweight division. Fighting out of Sandpoint, Idaho, here is the Big Show, Jared Rosholt. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, standing at 5'10", weighing in at 241 pounds. In 31 professional bouts, he has a record of 22 victories, 8 defeats, and 1 draw, and is an Olympic gold medalist in judo. Fighting out of Zagreb, Croatia, here is Ishii. Your referee in charge, Gary Copeland.
Ishii in the blue trunks, Jared Rosholt, the American, in the silver.
Round 1, you ready red? Round 1, you ready blue? Fight.
Jared Rosholt, an accomplished wrestler and grappler, but Ishii has 10 submission victories to his credit also. Rosholt in the orthodox stance, Ishii comes out southpaw. Left hand there from Satoshi Ishii.
You're in touch range, so you can go when you want.
Feeling out process here in the early going of this heavyweight bout as Jared Rosholt attempts a lead right hand.
Good, keep your balance. That's all right. You came to us. Aggressive feet. We know it's coming. That's it.
Another nice left hand attempt there from Satoshi Ishii. Now Rosholt circling with his back against the cage.
Ishii doing a nice job of cutting Rosholt off.
Now this is where Ishii said he was comfortable. He doesn't mind being in ties with the wrestler.
Footwheel attempt by Rosholt.
How about that?
It's like a judo trip.
Yeah, a little judo versus the judoka. Anything you can do, I can do better, maybe.
Now Ishii's got a beautiful foot sweep.
It was a telling exchange for me. I wondered if they did, you know, kind of clash and meet up and there was a clinch, who would be working to disengage, and it felt like Rosholt was trying to dump him and then was content to push away after that. Right hand just misses there for Jared Rosholt.
I really like what Ishii looks like on his feet. When he first came into mixed martial arts, he was just a judoka. He was a southpaw, so that was one of the reasons why I worked with him when he came down to American Top Team. And now that he's been with Cro Cop, man, he looks so confident in his striking. He looks calm out there. He looks like a striker.
Nice level change and slip. Good head movement by Rosholt.
Another knee, and then you've got your takedown.
Obviously, Ishii's credentials as both an Olympian and as a mixed martial artist are a testament to his work ethic, but one interesting thing as Jared Rosholt shucks him by into the cage is the humility displayed by his choices in training camp. He gets beat by Mirko Cro Cop a couple times. He says, okay, I got to go learn from that guy. Not an easy thing for a lot of fighters to do.
Well, if you want to learn striking, there isn't probably a better guy in the game than Mirko Cro Cop to go learn from. Also a southpaw.
Also a southpaw, very good kickboxer.
Left leg hospital or left leg cemetery, which one was it?
Yeah. Left leg cemetery, no, left leg hospital, right leg cemetery. I got that backwards. I know I did.
Ishii's got Rosholt pressed up against the cage here.
That's it, turn.
Nice work by Rosholt to circle himself off the cage and separate once again.
Now Ishii's still feeling him out. He needs to open up with that straight left. He needs to just start every combination with that straight left. Just there it is, just to get a reaction. He doesn't have to lean so much into it, but just fire it as if it were a jab.
It's the second or third time he's thrown it. Every single time Rosholt has slipped it very nicely.
Because he's committing to it. He's leaning into it. He's putting power into it. Just put it out there to touch. Just get there and get the reaction out of Rosholt.
It's one of the challenges of the open stance. You've got to use your power hand now as a jab, and you got to throw it out there quick instead of really sitting on it, as Rosholt drags Satoshi Ishii to the ground and takes his back.
This is where Ishii told us that he was going to be comfortable. He was confident that he was going to be able to get back to his feet. So this is going to be a very telling point in this fight right now.
About 260 pounds on his back.
And 250 plus very competent pounds when it comes to these grappling exchanges and these wrestling holds. But Satoshi works off. 30 seconds left here in round number 1.
His confidence was warranted.
A lead right and a counter right. Body kick from Satoshi and a left hand to follow it up. 15 seconds left in round number 1.
10 seconds in the round.
10 seconds left here as indicated by the clapper. Jared Rosholt will finish with his back against the cage. 1 round down here in our final heavyweight bout. And a winner go home for Rosholt. Randy Couture, how do you score round number 1? Our CompuBox numbers, our Cageonomics numbers tell us that Rosholt landed a few more strikes than Ishii, but Ishii was maybe controlling the cage.
Well, Rosholt had the takedown, which definitely scored where the end of that fight happened. Ishii did a good job of countering and getting back to his feet. It was a tough round to score, very close. I would eke it out just a little bit for Rosholt with the takedown and a couple more strikes that landed.
A little touch of the gloves here to start round number 2. Still 5 points on the line. Ishii already holding points here. Outside single.
Nice job by Rosholt to finish that. Runs the pipe, changes off, and flares him out. Puts him on his hands and knees.
Ishii crawled to the cage, used it to help him get up. Back to his feet.
And I think that's going to be a part of his strategy, because the first time, in the first round he was taken down, they were up against the fence. He had no need to crawl. But him chasing the cage right now and getting back to his feet, that tells me that's a part of his defense.
With Rosholt's corner, tell him, I'd like to see you throw that right hand more, and I want to see you get to your wrestling earlier.
You saw Ishii try and step across for a throw there. Rosholt able to negate it. That's a little bit of a confidence builder against an Olympic judo gold medalist.
It's all about your hips. If you engage your hips and go into that hip game with Ishii, he's probably going to throw you. If you disengage your hips and clear the tie-up, tough to throw a guy.
Body kick there from Jared Rosholt. Looks to snatch that single again. Every time he's dipping underneath that lead left from Satoshi Ishii. Nice head movement there from Rosholt. Take a look inside his corner.
So one thing I would tell Satoshi from the corner would be to start flashing the jab, even though they're in that open stance. Start flashing the jab, pump fake that cross, and fire that left as an uppercut.
Well, that was Ishii that cleared the clinch there. I'm not sure why he's not using that foot sweep. We're trying some more trips there. Put Rosholt on his backside. There's a little inside trip. I think he heard you.
Rosholt right back to his feet there. Pressed up against the cage, these two heavyweights. Rosholt, 0 points coming into tonight. He's in a win or go home scenario. Playoff spot on the line.
Ishii should start working towards throwing punches to the body and firing that left as an uppercut instead of the straight cross. As a second move, though. There's the body shot. I think they can hear us, Randy.
Clean that up, right hand clean.
Satoshi Ishii picking up the striking pace a little bit here.
Come on, Grishin.
Heavy breathing from Satoshi Ishii. It's a lot of weight to move around when you're trying to push Jared Rosholt.
Now, as a southpaw, a lot of people throw that body kick, but I like to throw that teep to the body.
Nice right hand and an uppercut just missed the follow for Rosholt. And Satoshi Ishii lands with a right hand of his own. There comes the lead left again.
Let's see Ishii punch out of these clinch situations, not just let him go.
Yeah.
Punch his way out of there if he wants out of there.
90 seconds left here in round number 2. 5 points potentially on the line. Satoshi Ishii with the head pressure. Rosholt runs by him and takes the back of Satoshi Ishii.
Rosholt's got to get more offensive. He's sitting on no points. He needs to get a W here to get himself in the playoffs. And the bonus points are definitely
going to secure another takedown.
Gets it. The scramble from Satoshi Ishii.
And that's what Ishii wants. Ishii's going to come up and press his back against the fence, keep that right arm free, and use the fence to peel Rosholt off.
Under 1 minute left here in round number 2.
Rosholt recognized, pulled him away from it. But Ishii's just going to try and turn his back and square his back to the fence to get back up.
Wrist ride by Rosholt.
And that's preventing it. Ishii cannot turn away from him now.
If Rosholt can secure Ishii's right hand with his right hand, that opens up the offense with his left. But Ishii negates it, stands back up.
20 seconds in the round.
He had to get that right hand clear so that he can turn his body in that direction.
15 seconds left here in round number 2. Rosholt kneeing the inside of the leg there for Satoshi Ishii. Round number 3 still to come in our final heavyweight bout here on ESPN+. Here's Satoshi Ishii with that trip.
Rosholt did exactly what he needs to do. Sprawled, basically hip heist, got his left leg back, get his belly squared to the mat so he can build back up with the whizzer.
Body kick there from Satoshi Ishii. And I think a very close fight heading into round number 3 here.
Very close fight. I think you could probably eke that second round out to Ishii with the inside trip and a little more effective striking. Really comes down to this third round in some ways, but who knows what the judges are seeing.
Rosholt tried to open it with a big head kick. And Ishii looks to respond there. Slick footing over in the corner. They move back out to the center of the cage.
Nice left hand by Ishii.
Ishii should punch out of these clinches like you're saying, Randy, and give him an angle. Give Rosholt an angle so that he can effect a nice offense. But punch off of that angle.
Yeah, he's just giving a clean break instead of punching his way out of those things.
Uh-oh.
Little trip there.
Oh, I would have snapped that head down and get to that front headlock position.
Short uppercuts exchanged here. Ishii first, and now Rosholt answering.
Finger out of glove, Brad. Come on.
It's a big sweaty guy to try and grab a hold of and throw down.
Rosholt trying to grab the clinch and work some knees, but he's not getting enough elevation to make anything significant happen there. He's got 3 minutes and 30 seconds left to snag some points and try and grab a spot in the heavyweight playoffs. Satoshi Ishii already holding on to 3.
Ishii's got to move his feet. He should not tie up with Rosholt in these positions. Rosholt is the bigger man. He's just going to lean on him.
Body kick from Ishii.
And Ishii's the better striker, so stay at range. Use your advantage.
Nice little Superman punch.
There we go. Push him away and strike. Rosholt should tie him up and turn him around.
Here's that head pressure against the jaw and neck that I was talking about a little bit earlier. Randy, this is, I mean, that's how you pin somebody to the cage.
Absolutely, but the difference is Ishii's not bringing his hips in and really effectively closing that distance where he can bring his body upright and land some effective striking from there.
And see on these entries, Ishii's throwing a short combination, but he's allowing Rosholt to tie up with him. We should just keep that his feet moving.
I think Ishii's tired, man. He's breathing through his mouth. He looks like he's a little bit tired.
Don't be tired. Just don't be it.
Ishii's still throwing some heat on those punches, not as organized or crisp as they were in rounds 1 or 2. Closing in on 2 minutes left here in this fight. And again, Jared Rosholt knows that he's in a win-or-go-home scenario. You can't leave it and hope that you're winning on a judge's scorecards. You got to be aggressive. You got to steal around like this, or you're going to go home. You're not going to fight in the playoffs. Your opportunity, your opportunity for $1 million could potentially be gone if you can't close this one out.
That was a nice change of direction by Ishii to sprawl, get away from the fence and sprawl, and take that single leg away from Rosholt.
And to touch on what you were saying, Randy, if Ishii's tired, that's even more reason to not allow these things to happen, because Rosholt's the bigger man. He's leaning up against him, he's pressing on him. He's draining that tank a little faster.
Agreed.
I like when Randy agrees with me because it validates me, because he was one of my heroes growing up.
Get the feeling Rosholt's trying to secure that one takedown to maybe steal this round. Ishii doing a nice job of countering, getting off the fence, that little off balance. Gets him out of trouble.
Punch off of those breaks, though.
Got a punch there, instead of moving out to distance, stay in the range and throw.
Well, you talk about how Ishii's looking tired. I mean, the sluggish pace of Rosholt's punches make it look like he could potentially be even more exhausted here. He's got less than a minute to grab a victory and the points that might get him into the playoffs.
Hey, Rosholt is a great wrestler. I mean, he's got power because of his size, but he's not known for his punching speed. Oh, that's good.
If you're paying attention to our Cageonomics numbers at the bottom of your screen, Jared Rosholt has landed more strikes in this fight, but the referees are not privy to that information. And a lot of the shots are these small peppering punches in the clinch, the little uppercuts to the chin, to the chest, to the ribs. 10 seconds and a right hand lands for Jared Rosholt. A flurry to finish it as each of these heavyweights tries to steal a victory. How do we score this one?
Wow, tough one to score.
I'm glad I'm not doing it.
4 takedowns in that fight for Jared Rosholt. How will the referees see it? We'll find out when we return for the official decision.
This presentation of the PFL on ESPN Plus is presented by Presidente. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. By Caged Muscle, ultra premium sports nutrition supplements to fuel your performance. And by SeatGeek, score the best deals on tickets.
There's our final fight stats from Cageonomics. 4 takedowns for Jared Rosholt. He also outlanded Satoshi Ishii. But is that how the judges saw this one? I tell you, this one's going to be tough. We'll find out here in just a moment. Final flurry in this fight. Jared Rosholt, I think, snuck a right hand through here, Eve.
Yeah, I believe he did. He landed this big right hand as he's coming in, but then he ties up with Ishii. Ishii doesn't move his feet and affect the offense that would have been really good for him. He did get out here. This is the one time that he did get back, but Rosholt landed the big right hand and just pressed on Ishii the entirety of this fight. Landed a couple takedowns. He may have edged this one out.
Was it enough for Jared Rosholt to keep the dream alive, at least for one more fight? We find out now with Lillian Garcia inside the PFL Smart Cage.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. And the totals are 30-27, 29-28, 29-28. All for your winner by unanimous decision and earning 3 points in the heavyweight division, Jared Rosholt.
Jared Rosholt keeps the dream alive. Still in the hunt for a heavyweight belt and $1 million. Those 3 points good enough for a spot in our heavyweight playoffs. And here's how the playoff bracket breaks down. Denis Goltsov secured his #1 seed with a vicious performance over Kelvin Tiller earlier. He'll take on Satoshi Ishii. The Mama's Boy will take on Ali Isaev. Alex Nicholson got the big knockout. And he'll take on the big goat in Barroso. How about that? Mo Muscle, Muhammad Dereese slides into the 2 slots with his victory tonight. And Jared Rosholt secures the 7th seed with that hard-fought decision victory over Satoshi Ishii. Here's our Presidente finish of the night. How did they see it? Well, Vinny Magalhaes transitions from the Kimura to the tight armbar in under 2 minutes. First round submission, a quick 6, good enough for 6 points and a spot in the light heavyweight bracket. For Randy Couture, Eve Edwards, and Caroline Pierce, I am Sean O'Connell. A reminder, the 2019 PFL playoffs begin Friday, October 11th, live from the Mandalay Bay Event Center in Las Vegas, Nevada, featuring the women's lightweight and the men's welterweight divisions. Fight twice, win twice for a shot at $1 million. If you'd like to join us for PFL postgame show, we'll return to ESPN Plus in just a few moments.
Welcome to the Professional Fighters League post-fight show here at the Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City, where it was the final fight for the light heavyweight and the heavyweight divisions to secure their spot in the playoffs and the chance to win $1 million come the championship New Year's Eve. I'm Caroline Pierce, joined by Eve Edwards, lightweight legend, calling the action tonight alongside Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture, who we'll be talking to in just a moment to go through some of the brackets in these heavyweight and light heavyweight divisions. But let's start with some of the biggest highlights of the night, and it was Russia versus Russia and Maxim Grishin versus Mikhail Mokhnatkin, and it was pretty quick. Can you talk through this one?
I got to talk fast because that was so quick. I mean, Maxim Grishin and Mokhnatkin, both of these men, tough, long, rangy fighters, but from the outside, Maxim Grishin steps in with the right cross, changing the stance, fires with the big power, lands it right on the cheek, drops Mokhnatkin, and that was it. He went down, he's out, look at it, his hands are down. The referee steps in right away and saves him because his face was just teed up for Grishin to just go off on him. Grishin goes again into the playoffs, and he's looking forward to that opportunity to get himself $1 million this year.
Absolutely, that was Russia versus Russia, but an American in Mo Muscle, Mohamed Dereese, took on Mr. International Valdrin Istrefi. Mo Muscle lost his first fight of his professional career last time out. He was in a win-or-go-home situation, and he came out with that power.
Yeah, he does not want to go home. I don't know, maybe there's something going on in his house. He doesn't want to be there because he's staying inside the cage. He came out tonight, and he looked tentative at first, but he got kicked in the groin, and after that happened, I mean, right here, this is the groin shot that he did not like. That was loud, it was brutal, and Mr. International got aggressive after that, but Mo Muscle came forward, landed the big overhand, and as Mr. International went down, he just poured it on him, got himself that quick 6, and he's so happy to be in the playoffs. He said, you know, he wanted to step into the dance, but he was the better dancer, and he's right. I mean, he was able to celebrate with a victory dance tonight.
Well, let's move back to our 205 as the light heavyweight division, and I'm going to start by talking about Emiliano Sordi versus Ataev Boziget. It was a rematch. It was Sordi that came off the worst end last time, but he had a bit of a shoulder injury, he said, the first time he fought Boziget. This time he seemed completely healthy, and we saw exactly what a healthy Sordi can do.
Oh, man, he talked about that shoulder, and he wasn't confident. He went into this fight with a lot of confidence, and that showed. He's a volume striker. He does have power, but he put a combination together, and that left hook over the top landed on the back of the head, and it stunned Boziget, and then that uppercut that he fired behind that. Here comes the uppercut, just glances, boom, puts Boziget down. 2 clean, big shots on the mat. That stopped him. He gets himself 6 points. Now he's the #1 seed going in to the tournament this year.
Well, both of them men do secure themselves a place in the playoff, but it was a win for Emiliano Sordi from Argentina. Another rematch took place between Vinny Magalhaes and Rakim Cleveland. They fought one another last season, and it ended with a flying triangle Kimura for Vinny Magalhaes. And as if Vinny, coming off 2 losses, knew exactly what he needed to go back to what Vinny does best and get a submission win once again.
You know, there's almost a blueprint to beat Vinny Magalhaes. What you want to do is stay on the outside, keep it long, and not allow him to get inside. Rakim Cleveland was not able to affect that offense, and when Vinny got into this double, Vinny just kept pressing forward, got to the top. Look for the Kimura again. Rakim started to defend that, but Vinny turned it into the armbar straight away. Look at that, it's hyperextended. Rakim had no choice but to tap. Vinny's getting himself back into the playoffs. He told us that he wants a rematch with Emiliano. He has 1 fight to win, and he can get that. Should Emiliano do that? Oh, I would look forward to seeing that fight one more time.
Well, after the losses Vinny went through, he said he actually quite likes being the underdog because being the favourite didn't serve him too well when it came to the final last year. Anyway, let's take a look at the light heavyweight bracket. Even just look at that lineup right there. What fights excite you as we go into the playoffs?
I'm really excited about the Ataev-Nemkov fight. Why? Both of those guys are great strikers. Nemkov, we know Ataev has a lot of power, and Nemkov, he's put out the fastest punch in the PFL and set in both years, so I'm looking forward to this one.
Well, let's not forget that they actually fight twice in one night. They do the quarterfinals, it was a 2-round fight, and then they go into the semifinals, a 3-round fight. But we're going to throw it over to Sean O'Connell and Randy Couture, who are going to break down those individual fights for us. So over to you guys.
Thank you, Caroline and Randy. Man, I guess we'll start with the light heavyweight bracket. And Emiliano Sordi secured his #1 seed tonight. Unbelievable performance again from the Argentine striker, and he'll square off with Sigi Pesaleli.
It's going to be an interesting matchup. Sigi Pesaleli is young. He doesn't have a lot of experience. Both strikers, though, both good athletes, both good strikers, and I think that makes for a very interesting matchup. Obviously, favored leaving a little towards Emiliano.
Yeah, I mean, so far we've seen more impressive performances from Emiliano Sordi, but he's been striking his way to victory, and that's exactly what Sigi Pesaleli needs an opponent to try and do against him because he's got that extensive kickboxing background. So really excited about our #1 seed. He was formidable last year, the fastest knockout of season 1, and then he got eliminated from the playoffs, but maybe because of an injury. Now he's back, he's healthy, and he looks really, really tough. And how about this matchup here? Light heavyweight quarterfinal, Russia versus Russia. Bozogit Ataev looked unstoppable until he ran into that Emiliano blender tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would have picked that fight to go the other way. I mean, Ataev just seemed to be on fire all season until Sordi. I like that fight. That's going to be an interesting fight. Again, two heavy-handed strikers getting after it. Tough to pick a winner, Nemkov or Ataev. It's going to be a good fight.
I tell you what, I mean, Bozogit, obviously a striking heavy game plan usually, and Victor Nemkov has shown us that he's a pretty complete mixed martial artist. He's got double-digit submission victories on his record, but we've seen him strike with some formidable tough guys. He beat Rashid Yusupov in a striking battle tonight. I'm really looking forward to that matchup also. And you can't help but be excited about this one. Vinny Magalhaes was a finalist from last year. He lost it really in devastating fashion in his first bout of the regular season this year, and he bounced back in a big way tonight with that submission victory.
Yeah, he did exactly what he needed to do tonight. What I liked was that transition. He set that takedown up, followed through, second efforts, got him right where he needed to be, and then once he's on the ground, we already know there's no stopping him there. Can he take Rashid down? I don't know. Here's a Dagestani wrestler. That's his background. It's going to be really, I mean, how would he do against a Khabib? That's basically what he's facing.
It's striker versus grappler, another classic matchup. This time, though, it's Brazilian versus Dagestani Russian. That one's going to be fantastic, and it's only a quarterfinal matchup. Two really tough guys there. And how about this? A rematch. Maxime Grishin welcomed Jordan Johnson to the PFL with the first loss of his mixed martial arts career. He looked great again tonight, but Jordan Johnson really bounced back. A rematch that he desperately wanted.
Absolutely, and I think we're going to see a different Jordan Johnson from here on out. We're going to see that guy that sets up those takedowns, use that wrestling background. He's got other guys coaching him now instead of just doing it all himself, and I think that made a big difference in him tonight. It'll be interesting to see what he does with Grishin and how Grishin deals with being on his back, because I think that might be where he ends up.
Maxime Grishin was the 2 seed going into the playoffs last year. He got upset in the first round. So how does it work out when he tries to take out Jordan Johnson again? Those rematches, it's tough to beat a guy 2 times in a row, especially in like an 8-week span. Light heavyweight playoffs coming. Back to you, Caroline.
Yeah, lots to look forward to there come October in the playoffs. But back to tonight's heavyweight action. And Kelvin Tiller, the Mama's boy, took on Denis Goltsov from Russia. This was a fight for the #1 seed in that heavyweight division. And Goltsov hurt Tiller early, and it really did have an effect on him.
Yeah, he did, and he stayed on it. He established that jab early, and he popped it out, flashed it. And that jab is really powerful. And when Kelvin Tiller started to pick up on that jab, he turned it into the straight right hand and stunned him with it. And then Kelvin Tiller in the second round, here's the jab. The jab was so fast. And here's the right hand. That's the one that stunned him. And that's the one that hurt Tiller. Tiller started, I mean, his mouth was bleeding. It's hard to hold on to that mouthpiece, hard to breathe. And then Tiller finally took him down in the second. But what does he do? Sweep it. Beautiful, beautiful butterfly sweep by Goltsov. Gets to the mount, looks for the Ezekiel choke, and he just used that experience. He just has so much experience out there. It's going to be a big growing point for Kelvin Tiller, but Goltsov established himself tonight as the man to beat. Why? Those two guys are sitting at the 1 and 2 spots, and with him dominating Tiller like that tonight, I mean, he's the guy that everybody should be watching out for. If I was a heavyweight, I'm telling you right now, I don't want to be in his division unless my name was Denis Goltsov.
Well, I was just going to say he is looking almost unbeatable right now, but the Mama's boy does not quit. We knew he'd fight all the way to the end. We look forward to seeing him back in action. More heavyweight action, and rather than fighting for the top spot. This was an elimination fight. Well, for Alex Nicholson, he had to get a win here in order to make it through to the playoffs. And rather than the decision when we saw last time, we saw the fast-paced Alex Nicholson that we've come to know and love this PFL season and last.
Yeah, he came out strong, came out hard. And Alex Nicholson knew that he had to get himself a win. He was throwing big punches from the beginning, fighting the biggest guy in the division, but set that up with a big body kick and then followed it up with that beautiful right hand. I mean, the body kick landed on the outside and then that right hand to follow it up. And when Tuinei-Wily went down, he just jumped on and landed the big shots. Watch this. He steps in, throws the jab, the hands come up, fires right around it, drops him, and then the two big shots to get him out of there. The referee steps in, saves Tuinei-Wily. Alex Nicholson gets himself back into the playoffs. The Spartan is happy to be in Las Vegas for Halloween.
Well, Zeke had cut down from about 300 pounds, and Alex showed me his leg afterwards with one kick from Zeke, and he was like, that hurt. Okay, let's take a look at the heavyweight playoff bracket. Eve, having a quick glance at this, what are you looking forward to?
I like the Tiller-Isaev fight. Why? Because Tiller, he's going to grow from this fight. He's going to have to show us something. Goltsov, Ishii, I mean, Ishii's a gold medalist, but Goltsov, coming off of 2 World Combat Sambo champions. He's a tough guy. And then the Dereese Rosholt fight. I'm interested in that because they're both good wrestlers, but we know Dereese is the better striker. Can he stop Rosholt from getting the takedown and land the big shots that he needs to win?
Okay, well, let's get our thorough analysis from Sean O'Connor and Randy Couture.
Thank you, Caroline. Goodness gracious, Denis Goltsov, if you didn't know who he was before tonight, you better be paying attention now, Randy. And Satoshi Ishii coming off a loss heading into the playoffs, he's going to be hungry.
Yeah, you know, I just think he didn't open up enough tonight against Jared Rosholt, and the takedowns were the difference. He's got his hands full with Goltsov. I mean, he is on fire right now. That long jousting jab, I don't want to be in front of that. No way. And Ishii is, in some ways, you know, a sitting duck. He doesn't move his head a lot. He keeps coming forward. He's going to eat a whole bunch of those. That's going to be a tough night.
Goltsov is 6'5" and uses that range extremely well. Ishii is 5'10" and is going to need to close the distance there if he wants to get hip to hip and try and toss Goltsov. Oh, but by the way, when he gets on the ground, he's a 2-time Combat Sambo world champion. So complete mixed martial artist. Denis Goltsov is a force to be reckoned with at heavyweight, and I'm glad I'm retired. The Mama's boy, Kelvin Tiller, found himself on the receiving end of a brutal beating tonight. But we've seen him bounce back in his career before, and more importantly, we see a well-rounded game from him now. Ali Isaev likely to want to take him down, put him on his back, but we've seen Tiller be effective against elite-level wrestlers and even grab submissions.
Yeah. Tiller's got great power. I think he brings a lot to the table against Isaev. Isaev is going to use his freestyle wrestling and try and put Tiller on his back and take him out of that striking realm, but he's not out of danger there. Tiller's shown us some great submission skills and the ability to survive and be well-rounded down there. So it's going to be a really interesting fight. Again, one of those coin toss fights. Gosh, you don't know who really imposes their will.
The thing that scares me about Isaev is I don't think we've seen anything close to his potential yet, and he's undefeated so far in mixed martial arts. I can't pick this one. One thing we can count on with Alex Nicholson, it's going to be exciting no matter what happens, and this is a rematch. We saw a split decision victory for Francimar Barroso in their first matchup in the regular season. They were going back and forth. Nicholson gets the big finish tonight. Barroso gets another decision victory tonight, and we get treated to that bout again.
Yeah, well, and I think we're seeing a little more patient, tempered Alex Nicholson, not quite as reckless. He lives and dies by that sword. I mean, we see it in his record. He's either being knocked out or knocking somebody out. That's how he fights. And Barroso's showing a well-rounded game as well. Good power, he's got some knockouts himself, but obviously a black belt on the ground. It's going to be interesting to see who has their way. I like the momentum Nicholson's carrying right now.
If you saw their first bout of the regular season, you're happy that we are running this one back in the playoffs. And how about this? Mo Muscle, coming off the first loss of his young mixed martial arts career, rebounds in a big way. And with that quick finish tonight over Mr. International, Valdrin Istrefi, he comes in at the 2 spot. And he'll take on a guy who is maybe contemplating retirement, hanging on for one last grasp at glory. I know how that feels, Jared Rosholt. Do it. Hang on as long as you can. Mo Muscle versus the All-American wrestler from Oklahoma State.
Yeah, and here's Dereese, who's a one-time state champ. Great boxing skills, obviously great power. We saw that tonight. He did a great job. Rosholt, three-time All-American from Oklahoma State, uses his wrestling heavy. We saw him use that wrestling tonight against Ishii to win that fight. So it's going to be interesting to see who goes out and imposes their will to win that fight.
A ton of experience versus a ton of explosiveness. 2 versus 7. Mo Muscle versus Rosholt. Can't wait for that one. Back to you, Caroline.
Thanks, Sean. If we're wondering if Sean was maybe tempted to get back in the cage again, I think he's talking like he's quite relieved to be this side of the camera.
Man, Sean has a Geico commercial, so he ain't trying to get in no cage.
And doing very well for it indeed. Well, now we've completed all the fights in the regular season across all the divisions. Let's take a look at the divisions that are wrapped up earlier in this this regular season. And we're going to start with the women's lightweight bracket. And we have the number 1 seed, Sarah Kaufman, number 2 seed, Kayla Harrison. They're who they're matched up against. Eve, give us your thoughts on, let's start with Kaufman and how experienced she is and how she's performed so far this season.
Look, Sarah Kaufman came in with the most experience in this division, and she showed it in her first fight. She fought against Morgan Freya. She did exactly what she needed to do. She took this fight where it was going to be most easy for her, took Freya down, got to the mount, and worked for that head and arm. She did a great job in setting this up, and she was just outclassing Freya the entirety of this fight. Landed the big submission, got herself 6 points, and she assured herself of that playoff spot. And then she got that number 1 seed. She's ready to go. She's ready to go.
Yeah, and then we're all kind of assuming that, I mean, after this victory, she then got the walkover 3 points, didn't she, to conclude, to total 9 points, sorry. She is the most experienced fighter, as we keep talking about, but eventually she might have to fight Kayla Harrison, and we're all assuming that it'll be them two in the final. There could certainly be an upset, but let's start with Kayla. She's undefeated in her young MMA career, but she has that Olympic experience.
She has that Olympic experience. She has that Olympic drive. She knows how to work hard. She has great coaches behind her. She's got Mike Brown in her corner. She's down in the American Top Team, and she's got the full support of that camp. So she's a very, very dangerous woman. Without any of that, that just adds everything on top of it. So Kayla Harrison is definitely a woman to beat in this division. She's a tough one, and you should expect to see her in the finals, but her opponent is not going to be happy about giving her that finals berth. Jenna Fabian is definitely going to be fighting hard for that. But Kayla Harrison is the kind of woman that wants to steamroll everybody in front of her. She doesn't care about being the number 1 spot, but she does care about being the number 1 in the end of the tournament.
Well, that's going to be a really interesting matchup between Kayla Harrison and Jenna Fabian, because it's a classic striker versus grappler. What has Jenna Fabian got to do to get the better of someone like Kayla Harrison?
Jenna Fabian's got to do what she did in her last fight. She's got to stay at range and land the big shot. She's got a beautiful left hand. She landed in her last fight and put that opponent down. She's got to do the same thing with Kayla Harrison. Stay on the outside and not allow Kayla into the positions where Kayla can attack her hips and get her to the mat, because if Kayla does, it's going to be very hard to get her off the top of you.
Okay, let's then move on to our featherweight bracket. And the Kingpin himself, the winner of last season, Lance the Party Palmer, sits in the number 1 spot. He got his first TKO victory of his career last time out. He was happy with that. Let's talk about his performances so far.
Well, he's changed some things. He's no longer at Extreme Couture. He's in New Jersey, where we are right now, training with Frankie Edgar, Marlon Moraes, and the guys there. And that's a very, very good change for him. Why? Frankie Edgar's a lot like Lance Palmer. Lance Palmer does not get tired. High-level wrestler, high-quality wrestler, and he's opening up with his striking. We saw that in his fight with Gilpin. Landed big punches, but he used it to set up his wrestling, and with his striking becoming more dangerous, he's going to be a lot more dangerous with his wrestling. We saw him also out there against Lawrencino, and Lawrencino was a dangerous opponent. A lot of experience, especially for his young age. He threatened Lance early in this fight, did a lot with his offense on the ground, but Lance took all that offense away, didn't allow him to do anything with it, got himself the TKO victory, the first of his career. Lance Palmer's ready for this tournament this year.
Well, I think another man that would be ready for the players is Mowgli Hybilaya, the owner of the fastest knockout in PFL history and the most dangerous flying knee.
the most dangerous. I mean, he times it and he's so accurate with it. He throws that flying knee like it's a punch because look at this. Boom, as Damon Jackson comes in, he set it up, he just measured it and landed it so beautifully. And then he went into this fight with Andre Harrison. He brought the best out of Andre Harrison. He stunned him with that spinning wheel kick, but then the flying knee, there it was again. And if this was probably 5 to 10 seconds earlier in this round, he may have gotten Andre Harrison out of there and got himself another 6 points. He stunned him and put a big beating on him, but Andre Harrison was able to come back. But Nicholson showed us that he's the man that is very dangerous, and he's going to be looking to be fighting Lance Palmer sometime this season.
Well, who else are you most looking forward to in this featherweight division come playoffs?
Well, the Andre Harrison that showed up after he got rocked in that first round, if that man shows up in the playoffs, he's going to be one of the guys that you have to be looking out for because she showed up to fight after that. He's definitely one of them. Of course, Lance Palmer, Movlid Haibulev, and Lawrencino. He suffered his second loss ever. He wants to get that one back.
Stacked division, as is the lightweight division, and the #1 seed is the returning champion, Nathan Schultz from Brazil, and he's been flawless so far.
He's been flawless. He's undefeated inside the PFL. Very, very tough opponent. He's facing Ramzi Nijim, was supposed to be his opponent in the last fight, but Ramzi did not make weight, so he took on Jesse Ronson. But Nathan Schultz, he's just been nailed all season. I mean, we saw him against Bao Yin Kong, take him down, just dominate. There's been some talk about he didn't deserve those wins that he got last season. So what does he do? Go out there and just dominate. Get on top of Bao Yin Kong, took his back, sunk in the rear naked choke, the naked grip, not allowing him to defend this choke at all. Got him out of there. And then he just tossed Jesse Ronson all over the place. Ronson had told us that he'd been working with judokas over in Canada, and he was so confident going into this, but that did not stop those tosses. Nathan Schultz just tossed him all over the place all night. Now he's the #1 seed for this season again.
And another man that's been flawless has been Islam Mammadov. The only reason he went out last season was due to illness. This man is on fire. How impressed have you been with him so far?
I've been so impressed with Islam Mammadov. He's the last man to beat Nathan Schultz. And he not only just beat him, he submitted him. He made Nathan Schultz tap. Why? Because Islam Mammadov is the kind of man who just chains everything together. He goes from striking to grappling to striking to grappling, and he just doesn't stop. His conditioning is on point. He's always putting pressure on you, and he's never going to back down from a situation. He's going to make the right decision virtually every single time, and should he and Nathan Schultz get into the finals, that'll be a very, very fun fight. He's a very tough guy. You see him here in this crucifix position, just dominant, dominant. He's the one that I think is the dark horse to win that tournament.
Oh, really? What about Ahmed Aliyev? I mean, surely another guy to keep an eye on. He had a tough second fight, well, a close second fight, but a very good first fight. Very good
first fight, tough guy, big puncher, lands big shots. Him, Chris Wade, because you know Chris Wade wants a piece of Nathan Schultz. Islam Mammadov and Nathan Schultz. Those are the guys that I'm looking for in the tournament, and one of those guys is going to come out as the champion.
Okay, moving up in weight now to the welterweight, arguably the most stacked division in the entire league. And we've got at the top there #1, Glyko Franca. We're going to talk about him. Kind of flown under the radar a little bit in terms of the attention, but he's won both of his fights in the first round and deserved of that top spot.
Yeah, most definitely. We saw him come out in his first fight and, man, just dominated Nurmagomedov in this fight. I mean, he had Nurmagomedov backing up, put the pressure on him, got the takedown against the tough Dagestani, took his back, sunk in the rear naked, and made him tap. I mean, we're talking about a guy facing a guy who has a lot of combat sambo experience, but just dominated. And then against Sordi, I mean, this was another performance of dominance. He set up his takedowns well, got to the mounted position, and just put a flurry on that Sordi had no answer for. Sordi could not escape the top position. The referee had to set him up, had to save him, and give Glyko Franca those 6 points. Franca is going to be the man to beat in this tournament.
Well, another man to beat is Magomed Karimov, the champion from last season, and he's been flawless also. I mean, there is no blueprint to beating him. He just seems to be able to know what to do and come out on top.
You just got to make the right decision all night and hope he makes a mistake, because Magomed Karimov's fight IQ is at the genius level. He's at like 120 points. I'm telling you, he's a very, very good fighter, good skill set everywhere. We saw him in this fight with Chris Curtis, the broken hand and everything, so what did he do? Go to his other tools. set. Went to his wrestling, took Chris Curtis down. Went to his grappling, taking Curtis's back and controlling the fight as much as he could. Chris Curtis was frustrated, got upset. They're going to run this one back in the first round, and I cannot wait to see that fight because Curtis knows what he needs to change, but his Magomed Karimov so high that he's not going to be able to close that gap.
Well, they might have fought before, but they also had a little bit of beef as well. Curtis got quite heated at the end. I mean, we're going to see that escalate as that fight gets closer.
Yeah, we got 2 more rounds of that, so we get to see rounds 4 and 5 of that. It's like a championship fight, but we got a little break, and Curtis knows what he has to fix, so is he going to show up? Again, though, this is a 2-round fight, and Curtis is a slow starter, so he's going to have to change that aspect of his fight game.
Well, I think one of the stories of the Professional Fighters League regular season has been how much the points matter. This is the league's points equal places in the playoffs, and we've seen fighters tonight and across all the divisions come out with fast finishes when they're in that win-or-go-home elimination fight situation. And when it comes to those quarterfinals where it's just 2 rounds, when it comes to our playoffs, there's going to be even more urgency to get finishes and make that spot in the semifinals.
Yeah, with the 2-round fights, I mean, you have to win that first round should the fight go to the draw. That's without... I'm sorry? That's the fight that's how it was last season. Some things have changed, and I'm not completely sure on the rules now, but I'm going to sit back.
Well, now the situation is that it's 2 rounds, but then if it's even, it goes to the judges to have that final call on the situation. So a new rule this year, and then obviously the semi-finals is 3 rounds. So it gets, their coaches, their team have to really be keeping an eye on the points. But the point is, don't leave it in the hands of the judges.
Don't leave it in the hands of the judges. You want to go out there and get the finishes. Why? This is the thing about the format here in the PFL, the meritocracy of the fighter being the one that's in control of his destiny. You don't let that be taken out of your hands, and then you won't have any problems with the judges.
Ooh. Well, so long from us. The regular season comes to an end tonight. For Randy Couture, Eve Edwards, and Sean O'Connell, I'm Caroline Pierce. And a reminder that the 2019 PFL playoffs begin on Friday, October 11th, live from the Mandalay Bay Event Center in Las Vegas, Nevada, fight capital of the world, featuring the women's lightweight and the men's welterweight divisions. Fight twice, win twice for a shot at $1 million. If you'd like to join us for PFL post-game show, we'll return to ESPN Plus in just a few moments. Good night from Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City.